Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Match XR second day. Are we hyped, people, for the second day? Because we have an awesome first day to start things off with here at the biggest Nordic XR event. And we are back once again. This time, we're in alt space. Who's hyped about alt space? Put your hands up if you're ready for today, because I am. And for sure, this is going to be an interesting one because we've got a lot of great presentations coming in. We've got a lot of recorded interviews as well more about XR, the possibilities, but also I could say maybe close to my heart as well a little bit. We're going to be talking a bit about psychology because I am a social services student from another university, so at least I'm interested about it. Maybe you are as well. We'll find out if there's going to be more participation coming in from you guys and obviously from our YouTube chat as well. As we're going into the second day, a couple things that I do want to quickly remind you about as there is not only this place, there is a second area as well. We are in the amphitheater currently. So in here, we have all the presentations right here on this stage where I'm standing right now. There's a second area. If you would look over there into your back left, you see the text VR Pavilion Finland. There's a portal. And if you take that portal, there is our info desk. If you have any questions about anything VR, XR related, something about the event, something about the partner worlds, our staff will be glad to help you guys out with any questions that you have on your mind. And as you go through that portal, on your right side is all of the partner worlds that you can go and visit and check out. There might be something going on today, so I would highly recommend when either I or a presenter tells that we have something going on in our partner world, you should go and check it out. So with that being said, we have our first thing coming up today as a recorded interview will be about the control reality space by Frans and Enala. And we do not have a Q&A for this one as it is a pre-recorded interview. But on the second part where we have a live presentation, we have a Q&A. And obviously, I'm not sure if he's on the stage. Maybe he's there in that little corner there. We have Santeri Saarinen who will be directing the Q&A for today with any presentations that we have. So I will be with you guys. You can always come say hi to me at any point if you see me somewhere. I'm Mikko Kangasmäki, or Ricky. I'm known as the host for this event. So happy to have all of you here. And I mean, without further ado, should we get the show on the road? What do you guys say? Should we go? We can have a mark of hands if you want to go. Yeah, let's go. Let's hit the first interview we have with Control Reality Space with Frans and Enala.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Frans and Enala, Sales and Marketing Manager from Control Reality. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yes, I'm Frans and Enala, and like Ida said, I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager of Control Reality. I've been working here or at Control Reality for 2 years and been loving it so far.
That is nice. Can you tell us something fun about yourself?
Something fun. What could that be? Well, I'm unbeaten in VR table tennis. So if someone wants to challenge me, I'm up for it.
Maybe I'll take you up on that later.
Yeah.
So how has your journey with XR looked like? How did you get started and gotten where you are now?
Yeah, well, actually 2 years ago, I noticed that Control Reality was looking for an export manager. And as an international business student back then, I was really interested, and I've always been really interested in new technologies and in XR technologies. So I decided to apply, and I got in, I got the job. But unfortunately, because of COVID, we haven't had a lot of success internationally. But hopefully, in the near future, that will change. But in the meantime, I've been doing a lot of sales and marketing here in Finland, and that's been great as well.
Where are we right now? Can you tell us a bit about this space?
Yeah, this is actually a lobby space from our Contour Elements software. The software is meant for design and meeting purposes. And I think it's pretty well for these purposes as well, because we're here having an interview, having a meeting. So it's a really nice setting. It's not visually the most beautiful place, but I think it will do the job. I have like different elements here. Last year we were a partner for Match XR. Decided to put some elements that represent our solutions. Like we have some AR stuff right over there and some VR stuff right over there. So some nice, unique pieces that are worth visiting if you visit our world.
Yep, everyone should come visit here and see
Yeah.
what they have to offer around the space.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about your company?
Contour Reality makes world-class virtual reality and augmented reality solutions. We mainly focus on VR training solutions for companies who need a training software. And AR is mainly for marketing purposes. So if you want to take your marketing to the next level, we can definitely help you with that. So AR and VR training mainly, and AR is for marketing purposes mainly.
Yeah, and again, is there anything fun you would be able to tell us about your company?
The funny story, I think it's a pretty funny story. 2 Christmases ago, pre-COVID, when we had our Christmas party at the office, our staff decided to code a zombie VR video game. Like out of nowhere, they just started to make the game, and they used hula hoop as a controller. So I thought it was pretty fun that you could kill zombies with a hula hoop spinning around your hip. So that was pretty fun, and I think we're as a company we're pretty fun as well, and I'm willing to try and do anything that the client wants.
Yeah, VR has endless possibilities, so why not use a hula hoop? Rawr.
Or killing zombies.
Yep, exactly. So if we talk a little bit about the projects that your company has done, can you tell us more about customer cases or such that you would like to share with us?
In augmented reality, our biggest thing right now is our Tarina platform, where you can build your own augmented reality experiences. You can add different 3D models, green screen video, text, photos, questions, whatever you like. And it will also automatically appear on your mobile phone in the right location. So it uses your phone's GPS signal, and when you're in the right location, it shows you the AR experience that you built using our using our web browser editor. So that's the thing we've been working on in augmented reality. And actually, as of late, we built this AR game called Save Turku, Elasta Turku AR game. We made the game for the city of Turku, and in the game you have to solve these different puzzles and solve these different things in order to advance and see the full story. It's an interactive AR game that uses both in real life elements and AR elements. It combines different worlds, and we've been receiving a lot of great feedback about the game, and it actually uses our Tarina platform. You can like modify and build these experiences by yourself. Our latest AR project was done to Urheilumuseo, the sports museum of Finland, and they had this idea that they wanted to bring real athletes into their AR application, and we wanted to make that into a reality, and we did it by using green screen technology. So first we photographed or filmed these athletes and then brought them to the application. And it enhances the whole visiting experience, the Urheilumuseo AR application. So when you visit the sports museum, you can use the application and get like more details about exhibition pieces and your surroundings. And I think it's a really nice way of visiting and of experiencing a museum. We've done a lot of VR training softwares. One of our biggest things that we've done this year is a VR software for Novia and Abu Amare. We made this VR extension for their physical ship bridge simulator. They have this ship bridge simulator that they use for training different seafaring things. For example, if they lose the steering, in a boat, they might like practice something on their physical ship bridge simulator. So we've made a VR extension for the simulator so they can practice even more and different scenarios that they probably couldn't practice before or train before. So that's been really fun.
Okay, I'm in the steering wheel now.
We don't have our rudder controls here on the bridge. Rudders are not working. Could you please check about the situation?
Please, rudder starboard 5.
Midships.
Midships.
4, 5.
Forward 5.
Starboard 5.
Steady as she goes.
Keeping steady.
We need to answer and solve the problems here before that.
You have a situation under control, so stopping the exercise.
Recently, we actually made a VR training software for Linde for their gas truck drivers or gas truck tanker drivers. In the software, they will learn about loading and unloading of liquid nitrogen, and of course, in the real world, it's pretty dangerous. But in virtual reality, you can train these different processes in a safe and immersive manner, so you won't get hurt. And of course, it frees up the gas tanker truck for different purposes as well. So it saves time and resources.
So why are you as a company working with VR and AR?
Because we're good at it. Well, we got our start in the University of Turku. And there actually we researched why, or we wanted to find out if AR and VR are a good method of learning and if they could be used in education. And we quickly found out that they can be used in education and in learning and in teaching. And in fact, they're a really, really effective method of learning. Research suggests that actually the memory retention is a lot higher after an VR experience compared to text-based or video-based learning material. So in that sense, VR is a really effective way of learning. So after that, we note that we really make money out of this, or we can make a business out of this. So 2017, we founded this company, and we haven't looked back ever since. So I think our expertise and our roots are in the university world. So we're very knowledgeable and very skillful as a company. And I think the people are our biggest asset.
And what do you think is the most exciting thing about working with XR?
Limitless possibilities. I mean, you can make anything into a reality. You can make the impossible possible. And that's the thing I really enjoy about XR. That you've made a project, you've finished this huge thing, and then you get to present the project to the client. Seeing the face of the client when he actually realizes or she realizes that, wow, this can be done. This can be actually beneficial for me. And the wow factor and everything, that's priceless in my opinion.
What do you think are the challenges when working with XR?
Well, I think people still have a lot of misconceptions and doubts about virtual reality, for example. People always think that they will feel ill, or VR is super expensive or super complicated, but that couldn't be further from the truth, actually. VR can be even pretty inexpensive. It's not very complicated at all. You just put on the goggles and have fun like I'm having right now. Well, some people might get ill, but usually, like in a setting like this, it's really rare, and in my opinion, doesn't even happen. But people have these misconceptions, and you just have to clarify them, and it's fine.
Yep. And then let's go on to something a bit fun. If you could collaborate on a project with anyone in the world, any company, who would you want to collaborate with?
Anyone who's willing to collaborate. Well, I really don't know. Like I'd say that every client is as important as the next one or the last one. Our clients are very important to us, and I don't have a dream project per se, but as a sports person, I'd like to do something related to sports, maybe like a huge AR project within a sports stadium or arena, or a VR experience for a sports club, whatever. But maybe something along those lines.
So keep it in mind, it might be you. And then how do you see the future of this industry?
I see it definitely growing. I think people, because of COVID and because of the pandemic, people being forced to use new technologies. They've been forced to try out different things, Teams and Skype and whatever. Even those who never used like these remote collaboration tools before, they've been forced to use them. And I think VR is the next technology in line, and next technology that will break through. And naturally, we want to be part of it, and hopefully will be part of it.
And why should MatchXR visitors visit your space? What is there to see?
Well, not much, to be honest. But we have something here, like I previously mentioned, we have these AR figures right there, and some VR training software presentations on the corner right there. But if you want to talk to us, if you want to learn more about VR and AR and different possibilities, that would be the thing to come and visit, I'd say.
So you are going to be here during MatchXR?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. And where else can we find your company on social media and such?
I'd encourage people to go to our LinkedIn profile. We try to post something every week, and yeah, follow us on LinkedIn.
Yep, Control Reality on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure having you, and I hope you have a great time at MatchXR too.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you, and we'll see you in the later programs.
All right, people. How did you like that? All good? All good? Everybody alive? Give me some thumbs up if you're all good here, the audience. Let's see. Wait, is my microphone on? Let me double check that. It is. So hopefully, yep, we're getting some reactions from the crowd. Awesome. Right, we're going to take a couple minutes break. And after that, we shall come up with our next presentation, a live presentation brought to you by Rei Pohjanheimo. But a couple minutes, and we shall go back to that. So stay tight. We'll be back with you in a couple minutes.
Hello? Who are you? Hello? I'm Päivi.
Olli.
Olli. Okay. Hello. Which company do you come from?
Turku AMK.
Ai Turku AMK. No niin, moi. Moi Olli. Joo, hyvä. Hyvä, täällä ollaan. Säkin oot päässyt.
Mä olin eilen jo.
Joo, sä olit eilen jo. Joo. No, mä laitoin viestiin, niin tuu kuuntelemaan sinne meidän Maritime sinne osastolle. Siellä on nuo Mika Luimulat ja muut. Ja mulla on siellä esitys kanssa. Ja, joo, jos sä pääsetkö silloin?
Onko se tässä siis, tässä päätilassa vai onko se siellä Maritime?
Se on eri paikassa. Se on siellä Maritime, Words Maritime. Joo. Siellä on mä laitoin sulle sähköpostia siitä. Siellä on ne koodit kanssa.
Kyllä mä sen katsoin, mä kävin katsomassa sen.
Well, we are back once again. We have returned from our break. We can also see that there's so many of you here already as well. Great to see you in such numbers. And obviously everybody watching on YouTube as well. Great to have you amongst us as well. Are you prepared for the next presentation? Because this one's going to be a live one. And as it is a live presentation, I would like to remind you there should be a raise hand button somewhere on your screen, as shown right now. You may press that button if you want to ask a question after the presentation. So, as the same thing as yesterday, when the Q&A starts, our moderator Santeri here on my left, on your right, shall bring you up one at a time, and you can present your questions to the presenter. Without further ado, I think this is a great opportunity now to bring up Rei Pohjanheimo to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. So, my name is Rei Pohjanheimo, and I'm here today to talk about what can psychology for VR and vice versa. Next slide. A little bit about myself. I have a background in psychology, so I did my master's at Lund University in research psychology. Then later on, did another double master in interaction technology and human-computer interaction, the University of Twente in the Netherlands and Université Paris-Saclay in France, respectively. And combining these led me to co-found company Ameliate, where we build psychological applications for VR. Next slide. So when I started approaching this issue, what's the interaction with psychology and VR, I narrowed it down to what psychological science specifically can offer for VR, and how VR as a method, what it can offer for psychological interventions. Next slide. Start with psychology for VR. Next slide. What I think is quite important, what psychology can offer, is the psychological methods, starting with human factors, of course. Since we're designing applications that are not just 2D screens, we have to think about ergonomics as well. I think this field is very valuable when you're trying to design applications that, first of all, don't make people too nauseous, but also make the experiences enjoyable. And then we have research methods, so just the tradition of using within subjects or between subjects, pre-test, post-test, to make sure that you are doing what you want to achieve with applications. And you, of course, have measurement tools. So if you're developing psychological applications, for example, you should have a depression inventory if that's your target. And last but not least, there's validation, which kind of combines all of the previous ones. What inferences can you draw from the psychological data you're getting? Next slide. Another thing that psychology can contribute to VR, and I think this is perhaps more exciting for everyone, is the new product and service innovations. I narrowed down it to 3, although the possibilities are endless in my opinion. Well, first of all, there's clinical psychology. So what kind of ideas you can draw from that for mental health treatments or diagnosis, or monitoring, how you can use VR for that. And there's organizational psychology. So for example, productivity and HR tools. I've seen already on the Oculus Store, you have quite a few productivity applications out there which seek to empower people in their productivity. Lastly, there's applied psychology, so general behavior change. For example, getting over addiction or developing new good habits and general wellness. Next slide. Yes, then let's move on to VR for psychology. Next slide. So what VR can offer for psychology is, well, first of all, the psychological impact. It's what these different studies have discovered is that there's certain moods and activation effects when you put on these VR goggles. It affects you differently in a psychological way of speaking. Also, there's the impact of bodily movements because your body is an essential tool when you're using VR. And lastly, there's the cognition of abstract concepts in immersive worlds. If you can do sort of impossible things in immersive worlds, it can affect how you think about those things. Next slide. Another one is new forms of intervention. And this kind of bridges to the new product innovation that VR can offer for psychology. Of course, when you have this new medium, you can think about new forms of traditional therapy that take place VR instead. You can have new approaches to self-reflection and new approaches to therapist-client interactions as well. Next slide. VR, indeed, as a digital therapeutic, has been effectively used to treat anxiety and depression, phobias, autism, and others. And following this will be a couple of examples. So I'm not only talking about abstract concepts. Next slide. So one of these examples was to treat anxiety. What researchers did was they combined an exercise bike VR set. And then they combined the control group to the group with the VR environment and the exercise bike. What they discovered was a greater reduction in tension if you had the virtual environment to support you. Next slide. Then for the treatment of autism, researchers built a VR social cognition training application, which was aimed to enhance the social skills, cognition, and functioning of people with autism over 5 weeks. And as a result, they showed an increase in emotion recognition, real-life social functioning as well, showing some really promising results in this regard. Next slide. And there was a study on PTSD. This is actually a classic already 20 years ago. They created a VR environment simulating Vietnam War conditions, so not exactly a war zone, but the user would fly in a helicopter over a jungle. And as a result, the participant showed a decrease in both clinician-rated and self-rated PTSD. So both the clinician and the person themselves felt like they felt a little better about their condition at that. Next slide. Next, I'm going to talk about what I've personally worked on. Next slide. Let's start with EMDR VR. This is something I worked on last year. And well, EMDR in a nutshell is a technique where the treated people move their eyes back and forth. This is used with treating traumatic memories. Next slide. What I specifically did was create a new design of this version. I wanted to incorporate locomotion, more diverse mini games, and a green natural environment for a more immersive experience. So while the EMDR works with eye movement, I also read some studies that it might just be the fact that you have something to do while you're thinking about traumatic memories. And that's why I tried the same thing with these small mini games. Next slide. And what I discovered was that there was a greater reduction in unpleasant moods in the immersive version I developed compared to the standard version. And well, of course, it has limitations, but I was quite surprised and well, happily surprised that seemed to be this kind of effects. Next slide. Let's move on to CBT VR. This is, of course, more of a team effort, what we're doing in the company. What we're doing is a cognitive behavioral therapy application for treatment of anxiety and depression symptoms. Next slide. CBT, or cognitive behavioral therapy, in a nutshell, is an active form of therapy where the person is challenged to think about their cognitive biases in a new way, therefore change their negative thinking patterns. effective against anxiety and depression, among many others. Next slide. What we designed was this CBT VR Lite, which is specifically designed for people with little or no experience in VR. It is still it's a new thing, and a lot of our test users were using VR for the first time. So we wanted to make it simple, easy to approach. It focuses on identifying cognitive biases, and then it includes a distress assessment. Next slide. Here you see a short video demo. Next slide. So that shortly recapped what we've been working on. And the use cases for this are self-help, therapy enhancement, and then analytics for the individual themselves as well as their therapist. Next slide. And what we've discovered in our user tests so far is kind of a similar effect as in the EMDR VR research, as well as research what we've been doing on our web application Reflect CBT. So that users show a decrease in unpleasant moods after using the application. Next slide. As I already mentioned, this is of course a team effort, and I wanted to introduce our team shortly at this point. So we're all colleagues from the Human-Computer Interaction Design program. Myself, I am from Finland. Then we have Zach Wilson from the United States with a background in computer science and visual arts. We have Michele Romani from Italy with a background in cybersecurity, and he's so kind of our new technology discoverer in the company. Next slide. And we've recently added some more people into our team. So we have Bianca Trinidad from the United States, specialty in psychology, and Daniela Fajardo Garnica from Mexico with a background in visual arts and product design. Next slide. These are our current partners, and of course, we're interested in growing our partner roster. So let's get in touch if that's what you're interested in. Next slide. And what our team really excels at is combining psychology with good design and with extended realities. Next slide. Afterwards, if you feel like contacting us, for example, for psychological validation or consulting, advice for applications, application design, or if you're interested in designing a psychological VR app, we also like to work with the companies. If you want a demo, or if you have something else in mind, you can send an email to our hello@ameliate.com or connect with us on LinkedIn, whichever is your preferred medium. Next slide. And that's a wrap. I went ahead a little quicker than I had thought, but hope you don't mind. We just have more time for questions, I suppose. Thank you for your time and interest.
Excellent. Thank you, Ray. That was a really interesting presentation. So now we can move forward to the questions and answers. So For the YouTube viewers, if you have questions, please write them in the chat. And on Altspace, if you have questions, you can use the raise hand button on the bottom right of your user interface. Just click that and we can give you permission to speak. But to start with, I have one question for you, Ray. Especially with the EMDR VR you mentioned, you had a reduction in the unpleasant mood using Oculus Go. Do you think if you utilized photorealistic environments with various VR glasses, for example, would the effect change? Would there be more difference in the moods?
I think there would be, I'd like to say. Of course, that would be another topic of study, but I do believe it's something with the natural environment, and at least with environmental psychology, they have seen that spending time in a natural environment does make your mood better. So I would guess that having an even more realistic natural VR environment would have a stronger effect.
Okay, nice to hear. Next up, we have a question from YouTube from Ali. He asks, in designing the VR environments, what factors were considered? Was it just personal choice of the designer? Was it random, or was it based on some research?
That's a good question. I did use environmental psychology as an inspiration for the design, and well, reading about these natural environments and how they affect moods, I wanted to create a natural environment in VR as well. So that guided the choice of environment.
Okay. Another question from the YouTube chat. Has there been any trials in healthcare centers?
I believe there are. I don't remember by heart for a study, but yeah, we are of course interested in studying our solution in a health center as well. I do think there are. I'm unsure of the publications, or I haven't encountered them. So not sure if that's really an answer, but I'm sure there are.
Okay, thank you. Then we have another question from Tommy. Is there let me on your web page? Is there any generic knowledge about the studies that you describe?
Not yet, although we've been meaning to add some of those just to tell people more about the world of psychology and VR, because it's of course related to what we're doing as well. It is coming up, but not yet then.
Okay. Ricky, do you have any questions for Ray?
Yeah, actually, I do have. I'm on your right side. I tried to find myself a spot on the stage as well. So I had one question regarding biofeedback devices. Have you considered using them to measure stress levels or anything else?
Yes, absolutely. I'm a little familiar with them from previous projects that are not related to VR or psychology necessarily, but it's definitely a good way to measure that. Because self-reporting, of course, has its limitations. So with the biofeedback, you could well, first of all, you could measure it kind of all the time, and it could be more accurate than self-reporting. So yes, definitely have been thinking of that.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more questions in the audience live here in Altspace? If so, please raise your hand with the button on the bottom right side. Take another question from YouTube. There's an interesting question. How could we utilize VR in dental practice? Do you have any ideas?
All right. Well, the first thought I had with that is perhaps a training tool. So you would have a semi-realistic environment where you could practice without actually practicing on a real human being. So that's the first idea I have on top of my mind.
Yeah, that seems pretty logical.
Yeah.
There's another question from Päivi. When using VR technology with people that have little or no experience in VR use, did you analyze the impact of the experience in general in using VR versus to the analysis of the distress factors?
Right. I'm guessing you mean if we had kind of a control with the VR environment.
Yeah, I guess that's like did you take into account the actual use of VR if people had no experience with it beforehand?
We did well. We did have a kind of a background information questionnaire with how well they knew VR beforehand. However, we haven't analyzed it yet with those differences. So while we had people who had some experience in VR, most didn't. It would be interesting once we get more participants, of course, to see if there's some statistical significance in those two groups. We haven't analyzed those yet, but hopefully we get to do that in the future.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions on YouTube or live here? There's Ilkka mentioning that he has already seen some pictures of dental practice training in VR. So I guess someone has already done that idea, but that's nice to hear. It looks like we don't have any more questions at this point. So thank you, Ray, for the interesting presentation and discussion as well.
Perfect. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Ray, and thank you, Santeri, for moderating the questions and answers. And we're going to take a tiny break because we are ahead of schedule. So you have a moment to mingle, talk around, check out who is here. And obviously, you have a couple of minutes to check out the VR Pavilion Finland as well. And as well, if you still have any questions, if anything is on your mind and you don't know exactly what to do, you can either go to the info at the VR Pavilion to ask for help, or you can go on the frequently asked questions on matchxrhelsinki.com. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our next presentation. Welcome back. We have returned from our break, and up next is going to be something a tad bit different. Obviously, when people think about XR and VR, we usually connect it to games and gaming. So what I think about gaming in general, I'm a huge nerd. I absolutely love gaming. I work in esports as well. So this next one should be an interesting one for all of those who have video games close to their hearts. We have the School of Gaming with our presentation coming up next.
Hey everyone, welcome to Match XR. I'm here with Katja Huttunen, who is a master game educator, and Konstamikko Korhonen, who is a game education coordinator at the School of Gaming Galactic. Do you want to tell me a little bit about yourselves and what you do?
Okay, so yeah, hello everybody. I'm Konstamikko. I'm the game education coordinator in School of Gaming Galactic. And I've been working as a game educator for over a year and started as a coordinator this fall. So I'm basically the one in charge of organizing the clubs, who will be the instructor, the game educator of each club and such.
And I do basic game educator stuff. I have my own club sometimes. And then I'm also master Kedu, and I help other game educators that we have, mostly in the education edition worlds and our Bedrock edition, because both of those game educator needs to host the worlds. So there is some technical difficulties. So I'm the person who kind of helps that the multiplayer worlds actually works. And I'm the person who built this.
Great job. Really good job. Do you want to tell me a little bit about the School of Gaming Galactic? What is it? What do you guys do?
Yeah, sure. So School of Gaming Galactic is basically a platform for game education. We started in spring 2020, basically from scratch, organizing online gaming clubs, and only with a bunch of people. And now we're here. We have quite a lot of game educators, like over 100 different game clubs and over 1,000 gamers in our clubs. So here we are.
I guess you guys are located somewhere specific, and then people from all around Finland or maybe all around the world are coming to join you.
Yeah, we have clubs organized in different languages and countries. And most of our gaming clubs are like organized distance. So we can basically, the game educators are all around Finland, also in different parts of the world. And so are the gamers. So it's the future of educating.
Yeah, I have managed to host clubs for like 4 different countries. So it's like I'm in Finland, Äänekoski, and at my computer I can host a club for anywhere.
Yep, that really does sound like the future of education. Then I wanted to ask you a bit about your personal journeys with XR. So how did you start out in the VR worlds and such? And I guess let's start with Katja.
Yeah, it started when I was studying. I'm a practical nurse. I was a student in the Vocational College in Äänekoski, and we started having this kind of event. There was like EduXR or X into a week or something like that. Our school was the like main host on those events, and I wanted to be a part of it because it was super cool. And normally I was the camera operator. I was the streaming person. I was the person who edited those together. So that was how it started. But I always wanted kind of learn more. But I'm not really good with that kind of building stuff. But I had like lots of help, and now actually I work with Poke Vocational College. That's like my main job. So we decided to like collab with School of Gaming, and because I work with both of those companies, this is how I decided to do this.
Yep, that sounds great. And how about you?
Yeah, well, I am not yet too experienced in XR stuff, but I can say that School of Gaming is looking to expand its products and actions in XR worlds, and Katja has been one of the hardworking people in School of Gaming doing this kind of stuff. But for me personally, I haven't. I'm not yet too experienced in this.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about the space?
Yes, this is our Altspace world, or SOG world. It's based on our Minecraft Java edition world. It's the hub that everybody comes and they start our clubs. And behind you can see there is a different color portals. You spawn on the middle of those, and then when you come our Minecraft world, if you are normal clubs, you go the yellow portal. If you are one of our camps, you go the blue portals. Green one, there is like open world that everybody can join. So yeah, this is kind of our like main world that you can join.
How did you decide on this space? How did it come into action?
This spring we have one of kind of 1 year anniversary event, or like kind of spring event before summer, and I wanted to have kind of Altspace event, and we have one of our normal Altspace world kind of lecture hall. There was the speaking, and then I wanted to do something creative, so I decided to try this world building. And because I'm not really good builder or 3D modeler, I decided to use our already existing world.
How do you see the roles of children or young people in the XR industry in the future?
I think it's like really good opportunity to teach them like a lot of different skills. Like we are planning to have different kind of VR happenings, and in this world we need to learn like social skills. They are similar than in normal world, and all of our clubs with social skills are really big part of that. So we are teaching them how to work in like internet world and how kind of socialize there. One thing is that because this is so much like a game, if you know Sims or Minecraft or stuff like that you actually build stuff, I think it's good way then to learn how to build this kind of worlds. And at the moment, I think the big bottleneck of this kind of events are that there's not enough people to build them.
And do you have anything that you could tell us about your company that would like capture the audience? Why should people come to you, especially young people, I guess?
Oh yeah, some things we've done we could mention here are that we have started clubs in different languages, which is both accessible to children whose mother tongues are from different countries, but also it is crossing language barriers. We have clubs for Finnish children who live abroad, or vice versa, and also we have piloted a club for sign language, which was really great. So and also started clubs with Northern Sami language, which is a really small language, and this kind of stuff. So we are trying to reach all the different parts and parts of the world, and yeah, and also we cover different themes and games. So it doesn't matter if you're into creative stuff like Minecraft, or if you're into more like creating narratives, or if you're into say esports or stuff like that. We are continuously expanding on different games and themes and try to find the educational value in those. So that's something I would say.
And how about the challenges? What do you feel is the most challenging in your work working with VR?
I think the biggest thing is because not everybody have like same equipment, or everybody don't have the same amount of money. So there is gonna be people who are gonna be sad because they cannot join because they don't have VR headset. So I think that's the biggest one, that we are gonna show that it can be like part of our programs, but it cannot be like the main part, because and same thing is with computers. Like there is games that some people can run better than other ones. And now we are also working with like different towns and cities in Finland, and there is kind of after school stuff there, and some of those are actually held in the school building. So maybe people who don't have like computer can also join our worlds better now. But yeah, I think the biggest one is that there's gonna be equality about those who can join and who cannot join. And yeah, that's the biggest one. And there is a way to change that if you don't have like some kind of your hands doesn't work so well. So because VR is really kind of you need to kind of use your both hands. So that's big part. But there is softwares that you can emulate that, or if you are in wheelchair, a lot of programs in VR expect you to be able to kind of go down and go up and stuff like that. But there is like software that can help with that. But that's also a little bit the problem, because it doesn't happen in Minecraft. It doesn't happen matter if you are in wheelchair or if you have different kind of learning difficulties or stuff like that. But VR, it kind of amps up a little bit more than normal games.
If you could collaborate with anyone in the world on a VR project, who do you think that would be? What would be your dream project and dream collaboration?
Yeah, this wasn't so easy to answer, but I asked from Mikko Perälä, the CEO of School of Gaming, and he said that definitely United Nations or UNICEF would be like a dream collaborator for us in VR.
And Mikko has like huge plans, and I think that's part why School of Gaming is so successful, because it's not like we are gonna be like more thing in Finland. It's like no, we go like other countries, and it's always expanding. Like I think most of people would be like really afraid to do those kind of things, but yeah, I think Mikko is really good like that business side of things and be like no, we can do stuff. So yeah, I don't see any problem. Yeah. He dreams really huge. And we use internet, so it's not a problem. Everything is kind of small.
So then how do you see the future of this industry? How do you think things are going to develop from here on?
Yeah, I think it's like really going up. Like I think it's the big thing is that how we are gonna use, how the people who are gonna buy VR headset and what are the worlds or software they're gonna use, what is gonna be every day, because a lot of people bought VR headset but because it needs some kind of space around your house to actually set it up and everything like that. So I think the big thing is gonna be at what kind of equipment we get. Like I have actually the Quest 2 model, so it's easy because it doesn't have any cords. I can go easily and I can set up it easily. But it's also the world's the softwares that how well they are gonna work, how multiplayer it's gonna be. Because single player games are okay, but I think the VR, the big thing is the community. So yeah, I see good things, but it's totally it needs to be seen who is gonna use them and how.
Yeah, and the School of Gaming is already like pioneering in game-based learning field in Finland, and we we would love to expand our knowledge to other countries, but also VR is a like a place or a platform that we would also love to get enough expertise so that we could like be the ones that would be asked when it's about game education in VR.
Okay, great. And for MatchXR visitors, obviously we are here in your cool space. Why do you think people should visit you here in our partner world?
Yeah, we have some surprise coming. I think it's gonna be it's the only Minecraft world that I know, and I have been doing VR and all space stuff for some time, so that's really good. Come see how can you make your own world like this. And I'm gonna be here the whole event, I think. Sometimes I'm gonna be somewhere else, but you can find me here. And I think we're gonna have some kind of workshops in here. I'm not totally sure because most of our kiddos have like own work or they're in school, so I'm not promising anything. But yeah, we are gonna have some kind of workshop here. So if you're interested about game education or clubs that we have, so you can come here and talk to us and we can tell you more.
If we can, we will put this in the program so people at home can check the program out and see what's going on in here. Yeah, and I hope we see a lot of you come in here and check out this awesome space because you can't see much of it in right here where we are, but it's huge and it looks great. And where else can we find you on social media, your website and such?
Yeah, you can find us. Our website is sog.gg. We are in Instagram in SOG Suomi, SOG Espana, SOG Latino, and also in Facebook as School of Gaming.
Awesome. Check them out. Go there on the internet. So thank you so much for joining us, and I really hope that you guys help a lot of young people find the joys of VR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that previous segment because, as already mentioned before the start of the previous recorded interview, I'm a huge fan of games. I'm a huge fan of gaming itself. Do we have any gaming fans? Put your hands up if we have any game fans here in the audience. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Do we have any games friends here in the audience? I think we have a couple arms. At least, oh, you have been getting some pop-ups on the screen. I'm still a bit new with all this. Hey, we got one right over there. With this next segment, we're going to go to a slightly different type of topic. And in general, we're talking about remote support. We've got this product called XReach and D365 Guides consultations. Talking a little bit about assistance with VR and VR related and XR related. Well, someone could say problems, someone could say issues, but also solutions and getting forward with things. So without further ado, I think it's time to introduce our next presentator. Please welcome on stage, Mikko Luukkonen.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear my voice. Oh, today's topic involves a presentation about a video-based remote support solution called XReach that we have developed ourselves, and about consultation projects on Microsoft's Dynamics 365 Guides, kind of a ready ready-made product. Very different kind of Excel projects, but interesting both, in my opinion. The topic of today's presentation reads there a bit differently, because that is also Softability's, who I represent, Softability's vision of the future. What are the tools of modern work? Well, there's many, of course, but part of them will be most likely with augmented and virtual reality technologies and remote support. And here, remote support means a real-time based video. Next slide. Softability has been now existing for almost 20 years. We've been helping Fortune 100 companies and also startups in the medical medical and industrial device manufacturers. So very industry focused software development and quality assurance services. And lately we have expanded since 2016 into the XR sphere, which I will be talking more about later. We have about 60 highly skilled experts, and I'm very happy that we are second company, to my understanding, in Finland that belongs to the Microsoft Mixed Reality Partner Program, which is in itself a testimony of our commitment and experience and skills in the XR scene, especially with Microsoft technologies, not limited to them. Also, I'm happy to tell you that we've been selected 4 years in a row as a great place to work, and that has a positive correlation with customer satisfaction. For example, last year it was 4.5 out of 5. Next slide. So, Access to the Business Unit is a unit that I helped to found here at Softability. Is it almost 6 years ago? Well, time flies. And today it employs around plus 10 experts from our pool of 60 people. The rest are consultants working at customers, and the Extra Studio unit is mostly here at our Vantaa office, and of course working remotely as well sometimes. What does Extra Studio do? Well, we develop this video-based XReach remote support solution, which I will talk to you about a bit more later. And we also deliver these AR/VR projects for companies, mostly in the industrial sector, but recently also for teaching and educational organizations. Next slide. So these are interesting, hopefully for you too. So our Access Studio references, and they are divided into 4 use cases. First one, in no particular order, is smart class-based work instructions, meaning you can work hands-free and you still get work instructions visualized in front of your eyes. So in that category, we have, for example, a big Finnish industrial manufacturer. It is a Unity-based, customized project we developed for them, and it's integrated in a very light way to their SAP ERP and uses Outlook in the background as well. It is on HoloLens too from Microsoft. Then a second case that we'll be talking more about today is for Savonia University of Applied Sciences, and it is based on also HoloLens smart classes. The work instructions are implemented with the D365 Guides product, and we also tested how the Microsoft Remote Assist works also in this case. So the smartest of you might have noticed that we have our own XReach remote support solution, and we also consult on the ready-made product by Microsoft called Remote Assist. Next slide. Second use case is training. Well, we know VR and its advantages in training, they are huge. We are currently building our first industrial customer VR training case, and it's looking very promising. We have been building also with smart glasses this kind of mixed reality learning environment for Perho, Culinary Tourism and Business College in Helsinki. We have also consulted Keski-Uudenmaan Keuda group, which is a vocational school or group of schools with the D365 Guides app to support teaching with HoloLens students. And also a big, large Finnish education organization. We have built a customized React-based web application that's connected to Azure, to the Azure speech services, and the goal is here to help learn English language pronunciation for all different aged learners, from the most young to also adults. Next slide. The third case is what I'm also talking more about today, including Savonia. It's our XReach product, and I can see that the content here on the slide is the same as on the other slides. So I can tell you that what should read here is that our biggest customer is Sandvik from Sweden. It is an industrial device manufacturer in the mining industry, and that makes it a very interesting and demanding customer for this kind of internet-based solutions using XR. And I will talk about that more later. But the other use cases for XReach and in general for video-based remote support include remote auditing, remote training, remote installation, adaptation of new devices, and of course remote maintenance and fixing on repair. Next slide. Okay, and the fourth and not the least of the use cases is sales and marketing and the virtualization of those. And here we have probably the most of our customer references in XR Studio, and it's ever growing. And our closest customer is found actually in our one office building right below us. I cannot maybe announce the name yet, but soon, hopefully. And we are also building for an American company this kind of real-time 3D based solution that will be working on WebGL on the web browser, and it is a way for their customers to get introduced with their products in a very game-like atmosphere, game-like controls and experience. And I think it's really cool, and it's the first step with them. And the second step would include using mobile AR, mobile devices for visualizing their products, which is the most often used XR solution in this category, at least for us. And then the third step probably would include using some more devices like virtual reality glasses for the same purpose of visualizing products. That is a very interesting case, and we are hoping a lot from that. Next slide. Okay, so the first customer story regards Sandvik mining and rock technology, and is based on our XReach remote support. Next slide. So we interviewed Sandvik almost a year ago, and we asked them a few questions. First being, what was the main motivation for implementing remote support? Next slide. Next slide. The first reason was the limitation of not being able to send their technicians and supporting staff to the front line because, surprise, surprise, of COVID pandemic. So that was solved with this remote support, where you see what the technician sees on the field, in the mine, by an expert that can sit on the other side of the world in a nice office location using her PC and a web browser. Second reason why to implement remote support solution was the decreased cost in offering this kind of support of maintenance and repair. So their use cases for remote support are remote maintenance and remote repair at this moment. It includes their internal organization, not so much their end customers yet. That's also coming. And of course, as they are a global company and mines operate in different time zones all around the clock, this is a 24/7, 365 days a year operation, and this remote support helps them work in this kind of an environment efficiently. Next slide. Of course, there was also this chance to create a knowledge bank on the cloud. So the solution is reliant on the internet, and as it uses internet, it also stores from all sessions where an expert helps a technician the data that has been changed to the cloud, and it forms this kind of a knowledge bank. And they can, first of all, identify gaps in the knowledge of their experts and technicians with this knowledge bank, and they develop those competencies. They can also report and analyze the data in the knowledge bank from all these remote maintenance and remote repair cases, and that in that way develop their own operations to become more efficient. And of course, it is some kind of a searchable database that they can find solutions to solutions to known problems, so they don't always have to get a real-time video connection with an expert. You can just search the database and perhaps even find the solution by themselves. And of course, smart glasses are interesting for them for many reasons. They use RealWear HMT1 a lot. I think we've provided them maybe 20 to 30 of those devices, and they have even much more globally in use. And the reason is safety, work safety, so that they get the data they need, and they also can show with the video of the device what they see to the expert in the office. And at the same time, they have their hands free, and it is more safe than trying to check something on the mobile device with one hand and then trying to work on some quite maybe dangerous machine at the same time. Next slide. So second question was, what are the typical challenges in implementing this kind of remote support solution? Next slide. Well, mining industry is heavily regulated. Work safety, as you can imagine, is priority one, and handling digital devices has to be done carefully. So there's cybersecurity issues and other privacy problems. Sometimes you can't even send video out from a mining site, and you cannot use really remote support, or it is just chat and audio. And then storing video from these sessions can be also an issue from the GDPR viewpoint. But of course, blending people's faces using AI technologies helps with that as well. Next slide. Third question, what is the role of remote support in reducing the life cycle cost of this maintenance and repair operations in their industry of mining? Slide. Well, it's the first time fix. Having an expert in your pocket, they have coined this phrase, enables you to send a technician out once and he or she gets the job done on the first time, because the diagnosis is correct on the first time, as they have the support of the expert remotely in real time. Next slide. So second customer story is a bit different. It involves smart glasses as well. though of course the previous XReach product you can use on mobile as well. But regarding Savonia University of Applied Sciences, we consulted them on using HoloLens 2 devices with guides, work instructions, as well as Microsoft Remote Assist application. So those are both Microsoft applications, guides and Remote Assist. Next slide. So we actually implemented three use cases with these guides from beginning to the end. Savonia provided us the raw material, meaning the instructions in text format, also pictures and I don't remember whether there was 3D models involved, but that is a possibility with these apps. And of course, there was also the remote assist solution that was used or tested for maintenance on one of these use cases. Next slide. Okay, so the guides solution, first of all, it is very convenient for these customer organizations because it also involves or contains content management. So the customers can create their own instructions for any use case, as many as they want. So what we do is we help them learn to use the tool and sometimes make this kind of instructions ourselves for them, as in the case of Savonia. And Remote Assist works very well with Microsoft Teams, which is quite popular nowadays. So people know how to use that. Next slide. There were 4 use cases in the project, and they involved 3 different medical devices. First use case was performing this kind of a laboratory test of Puumala virus IgM. And the second one was performing the morning maintenance procedure for COPAS device, which is about urine analyzing. Next slide. And the third one was configuring an anesthesia workstation before a patient comes and uses it. And the fourth one was the remote maintenance use case on the COPAS device. Next slide. The guide app benefits then, what we found out with Savonia was that it makes the laboratory work faster to perform. It eliminates errors as you are following these instructions very carefully, and they're simple, and they contain also video, which is great for understanding what to do next. That in total improves quality. And also when we have new employees, this is a really good tool to help speed their training, their onboarding. So this was as much about supporting students in this field of medical domain, as well as people working in the domain, for example, in these laboratory conditions. So Savonia found these apps to be effective in training students and guiding laboratory work in real working conditions. Next slide. And this is a quotation from the project manager from Savonia, Anssi Mähönen. What has been particularly meaningful was seeing how these environments have enabled flexible, safe, and cost-effective operational continuity during the COVID pandemic. So continuity, they can continue studying, they can continue working during pandemic. Many of the apps enable studies at Savonia without restrictions on the time or location. That's important. In addition, there are ways for working life to develop and continue in these challenging social conditions because of the pandemic. So overall, very positive feedback. Next slide. So here is a short video of Guides app, the laboratory, HoloLens device. So you have your hands free, and when you need, you can follow instructions. You can have video, text, and it's just there you go. Next slide. And the final topic very shortly, how to get started with XR technologies. Next slide.
Trial version.
We have an XR showroom in Avanta office where we have all these 4 use cases where we have references from smart classes based work instructions, training. Next slide. Remote support and sales and marketing cases with the devices, different devices. You are welcome to visit for free and experience these use cases that are based on real customer cases at our office. Next slide. How to get started, last slide. Define the potential use cases for XR in your company or your organization. Choose the most promising ones of them. Important is the first step. Identify those key indicators, how you can measure whether these technologies improve your operations or your teaching or whatever you want to improve. And then fourth, phased implementation, enhanced based on the KPIs. Concept, if that goes well, pilot, if that is still good, full-scale production. Well, it's simple. Thank you.
Trial version.
Thank you, Mikko. That was really interesting presentation. So let's move forward with the Q&A. So people here in Altspace, again, if you have questions, you can use the raise hand button on the bottom right corner of your screen. I'll give you the permission to speak. And on YouTube, please write your questions in the chat. So, Mikko, let's start with the following. Since you've been working a lot with Microsoft HoloLens 2, do you think there are any alternative AR devices you could use for these use cases?
Of course, there's many. We've been maybe branded as a HoloLens house for a good reason. We've focused on them a lot, but we've also been working different devices in the XR scene, including on the VR domain. There's been Oculus Quest 2, and now lately HP Reverb G2 Omnicept, which can measure your cognitive stress, and we can analyze and use that data to improve the learning experience. And of course, there's the mobile AR side, tablets and smartphones. And also the very interesting web browser-based WebGL, which enables real-time 3D game-like experiences. So the devices, there are many, and also RealWear HMT1 smart glasses. From the smart glasses, HoloLens from Microsoft and the RealWear HMT1, those are the most popular in the world, and also they are the most popular in our references, customer cases.
Okay, thank you. Mikko, could you mute your microphone before answering? We're getting some echo. Next question. You worked with a lot of educational facilities like Savonia. How has this collaboration helped Softability, and what have been the best and worst things about working with a university?
Interesting as well. Of course, back when we started Savonia, which was well almost a year ago, external market was not as hot as it is now. I can tell you that this year we have had more projects than in the 4 years before in total. So there's been a huge development in the XR market for many reasons. So getting that Savonia about a year ago was a really great chance for us to also get a new customer, get a bigger project than usual, and thirdly to learn about these Microsoft technologies like guides and remote assist, and create some kind of a consultation business around it as well, because before that we've been mostly doing everything on Unity, customized projects, and this was more about consulting existing, how to adopt them. So those are the benefits. And maybe what is challenging or difficult, well, everything went pretty smoothly. Maybe there's just that we are in different places around Finland, especially in this case there was Kuopio, there was Lappeenranta, and we are here at Vantaa, and it involves maybe some kind of logistical challenges, but I don't think there was anything really challenging with Savonia. Efficient and fun and interesting, in my opinion, honestly.
That's nice to hear. It's always good to see companies working with universities and students especially. We have a question from Tommy on YouTube. Can the MR remote guidance be recorded and then used as a recording?
That's a good question. On many mixed reality technologies regarding HoloLens, we do record what we do for many different reasons, but using, was it remote assist? The recording, the question was about remote assist?
Yes.
That app as well as guides, they're going forward so fast that I'm not certain what kind of features they have in total at the moment, but recording what you do in remote assist will most likely work, if not already, then in the future, because it works in Teams. So, and it's a Microsoft product, so I would think it already works, but that I don't know exactly for certain at the moment.
Okay. Then we have another question from YouTube. Could the mixed reality indicators be bound to external markers, for example, and how stable the visual indicators are in the physical world?
Okay, if we are talking about this, how these different kind of 3D models and such stay in their position in the real world, if I understood the question correctly. That of course, yes. Currently it's not perfect. It is very demanding, and they do move a bit with time. That's why, of course, we use in many cases these QR codes to anchor them to their correct position. That's very effective to do it. You do sometimes have to realign those 3D models. Then there's, of course, these new technologies, for example, regarding Azure, these mixed reality services from Azure. For example, this object anchoring can help you reduce the touch labor in setting your 3D models in the correct position, for example, on top of a physical device. And then there's spatial anchors from Azure. That helps you keep those 3D models in place using different kind of technologies to identify where in the world they are and where in the room or space they are. And they are ever evolving, but they're not perfect yet. So QR codes are the best way to keep things stable, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Mikko. That's all the questions we have at this point. So thank you for the presentation and the answers. And let's move on with Ricky.
Thank you.
Thank you, Santeri. Thank you, Mikko. And once again, a very enlightening presentation. And hopefully my microphone is also, I don't know, I hope I have enough reach to all the people watching over there, because I might have forgotten my microphone or my megaphone somewhere during the previous break. Though I'm pretty sure you can hear me now, and I'm glad to be here amongst you as well. We're closing up on our halfway point of the day as well. We're not quite there yet, though. We still got a bit to go. And next up, we have a recorded interview. We have a pretty interesting bunch all the way from the University of Jyväskylä and their XR campus. So without further ado, I think we should dive into this one. Is everybody ready for some more? Let's get some thumbs up. Yeah? All right, let's hit the next one. See you in a bit.
Hello, MatchXR. I'm here at the Jyväskylä University Summer Cottage Island, a beautiful environment, and I'm here with folks from the actual Jyväskylä area. Could you tell me a bit more about yourselves?
Hi, my name is Merja Juntunen, but you can call me Memma. I come from University of Jyväskylä and the Department of Teacher Education. So I'm a class teacher, and I've been in university teacher also, but at the moment I work as a project researcher. Above all, I'm VR enthusiast and expert in the field of learning in VR. Here with me is Sara Kumpulainen, and we have created and built these worlds together. Can we say so?
Yes. Okay, hi everybody. So my name is Sara Kumpulainen, and I'm the designer and the builder of all of these University of Jyväskylä spaces. And at the moment I have kind of my own business, but also I work at the Poke as a teacher of these XR and VR stuff.
So, how did Jyväskylä University end up building an XR environment?
Well, can I thank for the COVID-19 pandemic for that? I think that last autumn we already had some kind of overload of video conferencing and Teams and Zoom and that kind of things. And that was one of the starting points for creating a new virtual reality learning environment at the University of Jyväskylä. Then two teachers from the Department of Teacher Education contacted me and asked, would it be possible to arrange a collaborative learning event for 100 teacher students in VR? So we had a real need for the VR learning environment. And I remember I was very, very excited for all that thing, and I phoned to Sara right away and asked if she has time for our VR campus project. And we have planned and designed these two XR campus worlds together with Sara in cooperation, and so we combined Sara's expertise 3D modeling and my knowledge of learning and learning in VR. And that's how our VR campus were born, actually. And UXR campus launched about 1 year ago in December 2020 in Artspace VR, being the first of its kind in Finland. And UXR campus was created as an open for all interested in virtual reality education. It's not limited only for the faculty of and students of the University of Jyväskylä, but UXR campus is always open and accessible to the whole world. Of course, we prioritize our own learning events, but there is a lot of space for learning happenings and meetups and hangarounds for everybody. So come and visit us, and you are always welcome here.
Okay, so I think I should tell you something about all of these spaces. So everything you will see is collection of the virtual spaces of Virtual University of Jyväskylä. It consists a total of 13 spaces, which includes 11 similar learning spaces that can be altered to the needs of the students. The campus area, the main campus lobby, and the summer cottage island where you are at the moment. All these spaces are used in studying and are open for the students and the visitors.
And stay tuned because we'll have an opportunity to visit some of these other worlds from the Jyväskylä University campus. So, what has inspired this place?
Yeah, so the real buildings at the university are designed by the Finnish architect, city planner and furniture designer Alvar Aalto. And they are really, really beautiful. Fun detail about designing this is that we wanted to bring out the similarity without, however, completely mimicking his work. Even though these buildings are made inspired by the work of Alvar Aalto, they are designed and put together in close cooperation with pedagogics of University of Jyväskylä, especially the building in the learning space.
Well, I think that the landscape of central Finland has inspired the most if we think about what the UXR campus look like. And in VR we can study outdoors regardless of the season, so there's no cold and rainy days here in VR if we don't want to. So we don't have to build walls and roofs to protect us. And building this VR campus was a unique opportunity to think learning out of the box and design learning quite differently and creatively. I hope that all worlds here in UXR campus will cozy and relaxing and encourage students and teachers to work creatively and collaboratively. In function, our VR campus has been designed for the needs of collaborative learning, and every single UXR world is small enough to handle and facilitate learning events and functions. On the other hand, it's big enough for small groups conversations without being disturbed by each other. And we have tried to design cozy and beautiful spots which invite people to chat. And of course, we have media screens here too, and for presentations and that kind of learning situations.
Well, thank you, Memma and Sara, for your insight. And right now we're going to go see some of the other spaces that Jyväskylä University has. And we're going to start by going upstairs right there to talk with Merja. Now we have gone upstairs here at the Jyväskylä University Summer Cottage Island, and I'm here with Merja. Could you tell me more about yourself?
Thank you. My name is Merja Mäkivirta, and I am an art teacher in Jyväskylä University, Department of Teacher Education. And in the island and on the campus, you can see our photos from the students. We have used this in art education. We have used this as a gallery, our photos. These photos over here are buildings which are designed by Alvar Aalto, and it's a very famous places designed in 1954 and 55, and students have photos on real campus, because the real campus was closed and the studies were online, so we couldn't have our gallery in real campus. We came here into virtual island and have our gallery over here. This was a beautiful, beautiful way to get together and see our photos, and also the families and friends possibility to come here and see those. In art education, we have thought and talk about what are the possibilities this kind of environment gives to the art education. This was the first little step, the future and the ways to use those spaces.
Welcome. Right now we are on the University XR campus with some lovely folks. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm the principal of Konnevesi Primary, Secondary and Upper Secondary Schools. I'm really glad to be here.
Hi, my name is Petro. I'm a student at the University of Jyväskylä. I was part of the project that we held last spring at Konnevesi Primary. That's why I'm here to speak about it, and I'm glad to be here as well.
Petro, could you tell us more about the project between Konnevesi School and Jyväskylä University?
Sure. We had a project with the university and Konnevesi Primary School. As part of our class teacher training, we went to Konnevesi School with the 8th graders class, so that's 14 to 15-year-olds. And aim of the project was to let the students learn more about XR, about using Altspace, also to communicate with international people. So the aim was for the students to know Finnish culture and talk English with international teachers from all around the world. We had guests from Pakistan and Indonesia and South Africa, for example, and the students talked with these guests and in English, and had prepared some photos and stuff about Finnish culture. It showed the Finnish culture to the international guests. In this way, they could learn about how to use English and how to communicate with international people and show Finnish culture. And as a part of that project, we have this game that you can see behind us. So we also use some gamification as part of the project. The students had to find these international people, had to have conversations with them and ask about Finnish culture and their culture, where they were from. So this project was about international relations, about using English, and also about using technology. And for us students of the university, it was a way to have an experience about teaching these things the students. And for the students, it was an experience to how you can have international relations without actually traveling anywhere, using technology that we have nowadays, have meaningful relations with internationally, using tools like Altspace and other XR things.
And then Anna, how does this project work out from the side of the school, and how do you see the future of XR in education?
The project went really, really well. Our teachers were really thrilled about it. The two teachers that were in this project with the Jyväskylä University, and the students were also thrilled. Our project is funded by Finnish Agency of Education, and it's really focused on the upper secondary school, but we have also taken few classes like the 8th and the 3rd graders as an example, so that we can actually work with younger students as well. And XR in the future, I think this will be the future also in education. It's at the moment it's really baby steps at the moment in the education, but I think actually that in Konnevesi we have taken a huge leap with this XR, and possibilities with XR in education are enormous. We can bring world to us, and like Petro just told, that the international communication with other students all over the world, or just people all over the world, is a really big possibility for our students. Because of Corona, we can't travel anywhere, and even if there weren't Corona, it's really expensive to travel. So just the possibility to see other cultures, see the world, see new people is like a big thing in XR. And it's the possibility for the teachers to create something new, something that is based on experience. It's really important in learning.
Well, thank you so much for having me and for introducing your projects. And now we're going to move forward onto the next location. Welcome to one of the Jyväskylä University learning environments. This one is called Hippa. And I'm here with Mattila. Would you like to introduce yourself a bit more?
Yes, my name is Matti Rautiainen, and I'm working as a university lecturer at the Department of Teacher Education at the University of Jyväskylä.
And what have you done here at the university with its students?
Yeah, I have had quite a lot of teaching here at this room called HIPPA, and also the other spaces at the Extended Reality Campus. Here you can see, for example, screen done by my students last spring. They had a conference here. I was here with my colleagues, and almost 200 students with me, and all the rooms were under use. Students were presenting their projects and having different kind of workshops here. It's nice we have still these screens here, and I think this is absolutely fabulous place to be with them, because discussion, conversation, as well as other kind of activities are possible here. So mostly I've done this with a small group, but also as conferences here, especially COVID-19 era was so hard time. So this absolutely offered a nice place to meet with a more immersive way than maybe 2 more teams as we normally use them in our teaching.
How do you see the future of XR education?
Well, that's a good question, because, now we have been using this environment with our students, and also with school students as well. And then when you come here, you can see some random people going around here. On the other hand, our students have had quite a lot of attitudes against this. They see this more like an entire entertainment, not as a place where to study. So it takes time for them to get used to this and implement it with the bigger amount of students. Of course, one problem is that we don't have enough classes, so they use still computer, and from that point of view, it's not so immersive as we would like to be. However, I see it very positive. For example, my special area is history, and I think these environments will offer us a lot of possibilities to journey to history. in the way we cannot do it right now. So I'm looking the future with huge eager and keen, but I'm on the other hand a bit critical how much we can do in a very fast way. So step by step, it will be part of education. Either we want it or either we want it. Yes.
Well, thank you so much, and we'll see you at the next location. So we've seen the projects that Jyväskylä University has already done, and now we're going to look into the future. Memma, who are we here with?
Here are my colleagues from XReach ecosystem, and here's Ilona, and here's Pekka. Can you tell more about yourselves?
Okay, maybe I'll start. I am Ilona Luukkonen from YAMK, School of Professional Teacher Education. And we are working in this XReach project together. We joined our forces with Pekka and Memma, and they are also business developers who work with us, and we are trying to build an ecosystem for businesses and education institutions and local research and development actors, so that we can see the future, maybe build new business and create new competence for this area first, and maybe later, maybe worldwide, who knows. And Pekka.
I'm Pekka Ovi from Vocational College, and our role is mainly designing this space, and that's why the cloud in front of me, and the space is active space, not that just we are modeling with programmers. Actually, we were together modeling this space just a moment ago, and I think it's a great idea to gather people in these places and model together.
Yes. So this place is a part of our environment for the XReach ecosystem. It's where we meet and where we present our work, and it's work in progress. We just started with this project, so we'll get more content and more partners here in the future.
Yeah, and yesterday we had an event here, and CEO of Zoan was doing presentation the island behind us. So we are thinking that maybe we can invite people from different companies here and explore how to use these places with us.
So how do you see the future of XR?
I look at it from the perspective of learning and working together and collaboration. So I think that finally, as technologies are becoming more available for people, and perhaps in some years we are all able to access these kind of spaces easily, I think that we are going to meet in these types of spaces more and more, because there's the shared context for us, and shared experience is much more than in the 2D environments like Teams or Zoom that we all been using now for the past years. So I think the future looks bright, and it leaves room also for creativity and fun again in the work.
Yeah, and actually this place we are now visiting, this is a lobby world, and we are trying to get these islands crowded. Maybe there are links to other company worlds, maybe there are some event worlds, and people can experience metaverse is here, and we can learn how this ecosystem builds.
and we can be creative and work together, and that's the greatest thing I think.
And we can do things that we can't do in the real world, like stand on an island that is floating.
Or model displays with clouds.
So Memma, where can we find you online?
You can find all of us from kexi.io. Also,
yes, and you can also find us during the Match XR here on the Kexri Islands.
Yes, you should come here and you should touch some clouds. See you here. Bye.
See you.
Bye.
So how did you find that? Was that interesting? Can we get some arms up, arms on the sides, or some kind of reaction from the audience? Yep, we got some there. We got some action going on there. Awesome. See, you guys have been enjoying today so far. I've been enjoying today so far as well. I've been having a great time. And do give us feedback, especially people on YouTube as well. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from the Altspace audience. You can write us. You can write us by email. You can hit us up. You can slide into my DMs if you want to. You can hit me up on Twitter, T_PandaDota. I'll be happy to respond or answer to anything that you have on your mind. Or in the pavilion, you can also talk to our info table, to any of our HXRC people that will happily take any feedback that you have to give. So as we're closing up on our halfway point of the day, some quick reminders, and maybe for some of our newer viewers as well, to keep you informed of what is going on. We have one more presentation before we head over to a lunch break. During the lunch break, I have a message on my screen. Let me click that quickly. Thank you. I might have just been receiving some messages already. I'll take a look at those during the break. So during the lunch break here at the amphitheater, microphones will be open. So you can mingle around, you can talk to anybody you want during the lunch break. And the next time you see me on the stage, that means we will continue with the program. So we will be muting microphones again and continuing with the show. So you have the opportunity to meet up some people here, talk around, or take the time to go into the VR Pavilion Finland and look at our partner worlds. And especially do check out some of our previous presentations we've had so far, some of their worlds as well, because they're open for anybody to go and visit and see. There's also, let me figure out how my fingers are supposed to be. I'm doing finger guns right now. Right over there somewhere, you see the program stand. You can check out what has been going on so far today. If you've missed something, don't worry. We'll have recordings most likely on YouTube, at least of the event, and later on as well. So if you missed something, don't worry, we'll got you covered. And without further ado, I think we have our next speaker ready. Michael Barngrover will be talking to us about collaborative VR. So let's give it up for Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much for that that introduction, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you, everyone who's staying. I'm sure a lot of people are hungry, and I won't keep you too long, because collaboration, the subject that I'm talking about, really is about, in many ways, understanding the needs and the desires of others. And so if you're hungry, I'm hungry with you. And let's get through this and get to some networking afterward. So my talk is about collaboration. I think we can go ahead and jump to the next slide. I'm a researcher at a university in Istanbul called Koç University, but I've been looking at collaborative spaces and how people work together in VR for a few years, even prior to my official PhD studies. But it's hard to do that, or at least it was hard to do that. And then, COVID and all these lockdowns suddenly made this a topic that not only was everybody interested in, everybody was willing to participate in research. So what we see here on the screen is just a big collage of different logos of different social and collaborative VR platforms that I led explorations of during 2020 and into 2021. And these were called Zero events. They were done for a community called the XR Crowd. Some of you may be either members or familiar with the XR Crowd or members of the XR Crowd. And it started with the initial purpose to understand what platforms were plausible options for virtual events, for large-scale virtual events, such as South by Southwest or Laval or the Venice International Film Festival. And many of those curators and organizers were part of this community. But when I took over running it in late March, early April of 2020, I felt like in many cases, many of these organizers had kind of identified what they were looking for. And what I was actually interested in, which of these platforms, not that could host a lot of people or could exhibit some immersive content, but which ones would really facilitate diverse networking opportunities, diverse interactions. And that's where I took the series, and that's why we looked at a lot of platforms that really don't make a lot of sense or for events, or they're not targeting events as a use case, but what they do is they do bring people together in very dynamic social experiences. Next slide, please. So when this all started, this is a picture of Engage, which is another platform some of you may be familiar with. This was the XR Base Investor event. This was done as a part of Laval, the Laval Virtual Conference in 2020. And this was, as I remember, probably April of 2020. And this is what, I mean, I'm looking up at the screen and then I'm looking back at you, and this is a much better looking venue, no question. I mean, this is a beautiful venue, but what we had here is not too different than this. It's kind of a passive experience in the sense that someone's up on a stage, very traditionally, very familiar types of knowledge transfer, and there's a group of people all kind of listening around. And this is still very, very popular, but what, at least within the specific context of collaboration, we found is people willing to diversify and get into some other types of environments that don't mimic exactly how we might come together in real world. So this is really a recreation, a simulation of what an organizer thinks knowledge transfer in a large social environment should be. And it's not wrong. It's just, it is a simulation of what we've taken for granted as the best way to do this physically. But as I said, virtually, we're starting to find other ways to do this. Next slide, please. So what we can do when we get into these virtual spaces is we don't have to necessarily be as big. You know, to organize a conference, you have a limit as to what you can do with space. You have one venue, or you have a single physical venue, which may be cut up a lot of different ways, but there's just one. But virtually, you can have an almost infinite number of spaces, and they can take all these different forms. And in doing so, you can really bring people into smaller groups than you could do when you're dealing with larger groups of people physically, because you don't, again, have this issue of finding the space to put 5 to 6 people. So this is another example of one of these meetups that we did during the Zero events, which was not really exploring a platform, but exploring the design of a platform and what would be a more comfortable space to meet. So here we were meeting in a garage type of environment that was actually made even a little bit more claustrophobic by adding a lot of dynamic objects to it. And this was an experiment led by one of our members from McKinsey that was trying to confirm this expectation that if we go into a big open space, kind of like the one we're in, we're less likely to want to really stay there and communicate for a long period of time, because it's very broad and it's open. We're kind of drawn to explore. We're drawn to separate. But in this type of this smaller virtual space, the idea was, and this event was at least evidence in support of it, is that it makes us feel like mammals again, small mammals in a burrow. We want to be close to each other, and we want to be safe and warm and in a small space. And you know, again, when it comes to virtual events and a virtual collaboration, you have what you have physically. You have the space that you have. You can't do much to change it, but of course, virtually you can change it. And what I've seen at least, and I think it's a fair point to say, is that more and more collaborative spaces in platforms like Glue and like Engage and like maybe even Arthur are more willing to allow people to host small events in very small places. In the beginning, in 2020, what you saw like in Meet in VR was a great example, and others were very similar. They would have these giant vistas. They would have an office floating in the sky, surrounded by just epic space. You know, just tons and tons of space, because space was free in VR, and people like to have big open areas. But again, what was found in collaboration is that you want people to feel comfortable being close to each other, and you know, talking for a while, really staying in a conversation longer than they might otherwise if they're distracted by this big open area around them. And so again, I think what we're seeing is more and more we're moving away from having this big, impressive, you know, overwhelmingly beautiful vistas to getting to what types of spatial design really facilitates active interaction, conversation, and collaboration ultimately. Next slide, please. So here's a couple platforms that I think they're not necessarily new. They've been around. I'm sure many of you have seen Glue. Some of you might not have seen Arthur, but it's another one. And these are really both strong platforms in their own way. Strong platforms specifically for collaboration, for working together, for exchanging information, ideas, annotating, and passing knowledge back and forth. But the difference, as I kind of alluded to before, is in whether something is traditional or something that's a little bit less traditional in how we're working. So on the left, Glue, for the large part, you know, they don't have to, it's up to the client, but generally speaking, when they demo and when they make their presentations of themselves, they're following more of a traditional office type of environment, and they do the best to make it very, very comfortable. And I gotta say, Glue is the most comfortable VR experience that I think I've had with a group of 11 people or more. The audio is just right, the lighting seems to be just right, the animated avatars are really, really quite good. So, I mean, they do a really great job, but they're also very, very traditional. And for some people, or for some sectors, that type of conference table and conference room, just that's not what we want, you know, and it's not easy to change it. At least with Arthur is a little bit more abstracted. They also kind of follow a campus perspective, like a corporate campus model. But they do a lot more, as you'll see here, with just spatial presentation of information. You can create these dynamic networks of objects, link them. You know, obviously you can import objects like you can in the other ones, but they allow you to much more dynamically use space. And this can become very overwhelming. It's not easy to do it well, but if you do it well, of course, it's something that is just a little bit more dynamic, engaging, and customizable than perhaps in the traditional Glue example with the screen presentation. Next slide, please. But as I was alluding to, when we get down into certain sectors, and it's like, who really wants to collaborate in VR? Is it going to be the accounting office of a large international firm? And it's not that they can't do it, but they're not the ones probably, you know, jumping to adopt this right now. The communities and the sectors, the types of people and skill sets that are looking to collaborate in VR now are really on the creative sector. It's not only that, but I think this is we're seeing the most collaboration, at least I see in VR, is for people who are making things for VR or for VR audiences or meant to be consumed in VR. This is an example of VR chat, which again, I'm sure many of you are intimately familiar with. And this is from the Venice International Film Festival's networking session, Meet the Directors. And this is where projects come out, where people come together and say, we're going to work together on a project. And this is just an example where you don't have to have a platform that's designed for collaboration. Altspace is another good example. Altspace is not designed for collaboration. It doesn't have almost any of what we would consider the traditional collaborative tools. But what it does is it creates an environment where people can feel unique, they can feel represented, they can and they can talk. They can talk together in a space that it could be itself inspiring. And so VR chat does the same. And at the bare bones, that's all you need for collaboration in VR, is to be there with other people, feel like you are accurately represented the way you want to be, and in a place that's stimulating to you, stimulating of the conversation that you're having with that other person. Next slide, please. And here's, maybe I'll go a little quicker because I maybe duplicating what I'm saying. Here is Neos, and this is just another example of dynamically using space. We're here in a venue, in just a bedroom, and we're having a discussion about how you would create a collaborative room inside of Neos. What type of functionality would we be programming? And we all decided to be hovering off the ground about 10 feet. And we're just creating all these interfaces in real time. They were not there before. And we're just using space to illuminate connectivity and to make lists. And very simple, but Neos, because it's a creative platform, it becomes perhaps the most powerful of all potential collaborative platforms because it allows creation in the platform. You know, even things like Glue and Arthur does a little bit, but Glue and Meet and VR, really, that's not what they're specialized in. They're bringing in creative products from other mediums. Next slide, please. And so when I allude to Neos, of course, I'm also talking about Rec Room. Rec Room, for my money, is right up there with Neos. Is perhaps the most powerful collaborative platform because of all the creative tools it has. But you have to know how to use them, and you have to be comfortable to use them in front of others if you're going to do this in a synchronized environment. And that's where we get a real challenge. I think collaboration in VR is going to be a generational thing. At the moment, we're fortunate if we can get talented people to take seriously the conversations that they have in VR. But more and more, we have VR native communities that are just by nature, by preference and comfort, they're working together in VR. And as those communities grow, we'll see more and more sophisticated forms of collaborative environments in VR. But right now, 90% of it's going to just be talking to each other, and that's fine if we choose to talk in the right platforms. Again, this environment here being really quite maybe the most beautiful all-space platform I've seen. So as long as we're in the right place and we're with the right people, we're going to collaborate. We don't need a whole lot more, but there is a lot more. It just takes a lot of effort to get good enough to use them. Next slide, please. I think that actually might be the end. Yes, that is the end. Yeah, thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Michael. That was really inspiring. So we have some time for questions. So again, on YouTube, please put your questions in the chat. And if you're here on Altspace, you can use the raise hand function, and I'll give you permission to speak. But let's start with a simple question, or possibly a very difficult one. As you have used a lot of different collaboration platforms, what are your favorite platforms for different kind of activities, like small team collaboration or virtual presentations?
Yeah, I mean, it's good that you highlighted those two differences, the small scale team collaboration or presentations, because it's so different use cases. And for presentations, I think, like I said, I was really quite impressed by how comfortable a 2-hour experience was in Glue for 11 very different types of XR and VR people. Some were consultants, some were event organizers, some were theater producers, but everyone was really quite impressed, and that has been the gold standard in terms of comfortable experience. And that comfortable experience, I think, is essential for long presentations. If the presentation is very short, I think Hubs is great for that. You know, just jump in very quickly, hit me with some information, but even then, Hubs or any type of spatialized environment is really only an improvement over Zoom if we're then meant to go separate and have smaller conversations and then come back together in that same space. Because I think compared to like Zoom breakout rooms, which I used a lot yesterday with VR days and the immersive funding market, I mean, it's just great to be, as a facilitator, to say, those two people over there are talking, they look good, but let me just go walk a little closer and listen. I don't want to interrupt them, but I just want to be able to see all of my groups. And then I want to be able to bring them all back very dynamically. And so that's when space matters, and Hubs is good enough for that. Anything like Altspace or Engage is just a supersized, super powered version of that. So, if you need it, then those platforms are better than hubs in many ways. But if you just need some really quick and dynamic presentation and then grouping, and I think hubs is quite sufficient. Frame is probably as well quite sufficient for that. But for collaboration, to the first example, the use case that you mentioned, it depends on what are your intended outputs. A lot of times what people are doing is that they work separately in their very skilled manner. They're using their Adobe Premiere and their Photoshop and their other really dedicated software, and then they come back and they show to their partners, to their collaborators, what they've done. And so it's kind of about, again, it's about presentation and review. And in that type of collaboration, again, as much as I prefer something like Altspace or Glue, again, Mozilla Hubs is enough for that. Again, it's enough for that type of experience. But if I want to make something together with other people, well, then it's got to be something like Rec Room or Neos, because those are really the only platforms that let you make together with others in real time. And and there are drawbacks to that. There's a limit to what you can make in Rec Room because of its aesthetic. Neos is more powerful, but then Neos doesn't support Quest. So there are all these trade-offs. The deeper and deeper you go into dynamically working in VR with others.
Excellent. Thanks for that. We have some questions from YouTube chat. First, a quick one. What was the name of the last platform you presented on your slides?
Rec Room, the one I think just above us, Rec Room.
Yes,
but there
thank
was
you.
before that was Neos. So the last two were Neos and Rec Room. Rec Room is the cartoony looking one, and Neos is it can be anything, can be a Neos.
Then another from YouTube. How about the pricing of the platforms for education? It can be very expensive and prohibitive for working with large groups of students, for example, in Engage.
It is, and don't get me started about Engage, because there's so much that can be done well there. But there definitely is something that could be done better. And yeah, the pricing model for all the platforms it's emerging. They're still experimenting, is what I would say. And I think some platforms, just because they're targeting enterprise clients, they're a little bit more tied to that price point, and that price point might just be too much. It just really is out of the price range of a educational institution. But some other platforms I know, they'll quote a price, but then they really do want users. They really do want your business, and they're very open to negotiating. So, but that puts certain cultures in a disadvantage, because some cultures are happy to negotiate everything, and then some cultures just want to know, well, you just tell me what the price is, and I respect you enough to pay it. But then that's a missed opportunity, because really what that platform is trying to do, and I'm not going to name names, but I know some platforms will negotiate 90% off of the first price that they give for a big event or something like that. I've seen that. And in those situations, you have to be comfortable pushing, because they want your business, they want your users there, they want to be able to say that somebody did something amazing on their platform. But at the same time, they don't know what it's worth. They don't know what it's worth to you. And if you're an educational institution or any institution, anyone who's trying to do VR for the first time and pay for it, yeah, what do you price it at? And that's what makes Altspace great. That's what makes Rec Room in its own way great, is that it is relatively free. I mean, there's no cost. There's just hassle and energy and maybe other things. But that's why always start there before you pay for a platform. Try the free ones and know what it is you're paying for. What is it that an Engage or a Glue or an Arthur or some others, what is it that they're going to give you that's different? Because they can give you some amazing stuff, but you just need to make sure that that's part of the fee.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Starting with the free ones makes total sense if you don't really know what you're getting into. Next one, we have a really interesting question on YouTube. There's a question from a person who's a web designer, and they're asking how can they be useful in creating VR? What kind of programs they would need to learn, and how?
Yeah, I mean, actually, what's funny is that web designers can be really helpful for the onboarding into something like Hubs or Frame, you know, a web-based VR, because so many people get into those platforms and they drop immediately. They just don't see, you know, they don't really know how to get to the right place, so they don't know, they're not prepared. And so there's a lot that a web designer could do to guide users. I'm using my hands, and unfortunately, I'm embarrassed that I'm not here in a VR headset. I'm in a hotel, but there's a lot that an event organizer or a meeting facilitator could do with their web design to make web VR applications easier to use, you know, and just better make the users better prepared. So I mean, and that's not changing their skills, so that's not really answering that question. To answer that question in terms of how would that skill set translate into building web VR applications, I mean, I would jump into Hubs first, because Hubs now is open source. You know, I mean, in the sense that you can get and you can deploy it locally, and you can play with all that code. And it's not something that I do. I'm a C++ and a C# person, so I don't know much about the web VR space. But that's the best place that I would start, is learn how to deploy your own version of Hubs, experiment with it, and make the best version. And then presumably you can go make all types of stuff. There's lots of companies creating their own web VR and web AR, and even just spatialized web experiences. So I presume it's not too inaccessible. It's not too difficult for someone with that skill set.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you could begin with companies like Fly AR, who was presenting yesterday. They are doing a lot of web AR stuff. Let's have one more question. What's your opinion on avatars? Should we go for like photorealism and avatars looking like the users, or go for more simplified, freely customizable ones?
I mean, why not both? why not both? It's we've had discussions in our group that if I want to talk about money, I want to look at that person and I want to recognize them. But then at the same time, why would I be talking about serious money with someone that I don't know? And that's, you know, I don't need to have a photorealistic avatar to know that that person. The voice makes a huge difference. You normally recognize a person, yeah, I would say in VR more by the voice than you do by the avatar, if you know them in real life, is what I mean. And so I don't even think in that case, but there are many people I've heard make that argument that if I'm going to be talking about serious business and money and I'm closing a deal, then I want photorealism. And to that point though, like when you go to a conference like this and you know someone in real life, maybe you haven't met them, but you've seen them on stage many times. I'm often thinking of Fisk, I think it's his name. I can't remember some of these big influencers who write a lot. And everywhere they go in VR chat, whenever they can, their avatar is a photorealistic version of this because it's part of their branding. So that's really effective. I mean, for immediate recognition, that's quite effective. But then at the same time, I know a guy named Joker from Rec Room, who I met a guy named Joker in VR chat. And my first thought was he the same guy, but it's different universes. Why would it be? It was. There are just little ways, and I recognized the voice. All he had to say is, "Oh, Mike, I'm Joker." It's like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, I know who Joker is. Okay, cool. It's there are a lot of ways to recognize people. So the avatars I don't think they're essential. Photorealism, rather, is not essential for that purpose. It has its value, it has its uses, but we shouldn't choose one or the other blanket. Generally, we should choose what makes the best use case. I know in VR chat, for example, in for the Venice or for Cannes or for any of those creative festivals, you don't want the photorealism. We're creatives. Part of that, I mean, obviously in VR chat, your use of avatar, your discovery of a cute, cool, novel, interesting avatar, that's really a bit of that's showing off your credentials. You took the time to find an avatar no one had seen or to go make one. That matters a lot. So definitely, if everyone was photorealistic across all platforms, or if like Horizon, if the Quest avatar just became that one everybody had to accept, that's not great to me. That's not something I think that's very ideal. And one thing I would say is related, and maybe I'll just wrap up with that, is we're talking about the metaverse, and we're talking about the idea that we can go from one platform to another, and people would recognize us, and we'd be quite consistent. And I worry actually that the metaverse, in that sense, becomes really an engine for assimilation, and it's not a very representative assimilation. It's a very small geographic part of the world. It's only a handful of maybe world cultures that are really contributing to that metaverse construction. And if it's going to be assimilating, it's not going to be assimilating equally across all potential cultures and distinctions and uniqueness in the world. So I would hate to see the metaverse become streamlined. I like that it's messy, and that to go from one platform to another requires that I took a little effort to appreciate the distinctions of that platform. So yeah, with regard to avatars and other issues, but avatars are a big one.
Well, with these words, thank you so much, Michael. Thank you, Santeri, for moderating the Q&A. All I can say is we're flabbergasted by the amount of information we got from you. Thank you so much for being here, Michael.
Well, it was my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. Hopefully next time I'll be in Helsinki itself for real.
All for the best. Ladies and gents, as Michael himself already mentioned just a few minutes ago, talking about avatars and customization and should we be photorealistic or not, a person that you might recognize, this is going to be one of my most awful, probably a cringeworthy moment, but anyway, as we are now approaching our break, which starts right now, our microphones will be opened, and from somewhere from Scotland, we've got Mel Gibson. He's yelling, "Freedom!" And you can talk to each other now for at least 15 minutes until we continue with the program. Until then, enjoy your times. Go check out the partner worlds. We'll be back with the show in about 15. All right, ladies and gents, are we ready to continue the day? Can you hear me? I'm just making sure that the audios are working. Give me. We see a flying bear in the audience at least, so we have some activities going on, which is absolutely great. Just give me a hands up or something. Yep, I'm seeing some hands in the back at least to check out. Yep. All right, so we are good to go. As you might have already seen, Jaakko has already made a grand entry onto the stage. So without further ado, go ahead. The stage is yours.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, hello everyone. Next slide, please, actually. My name is Jaakko Mattila, and I'm representing Elomatic, ViSU. And today I will be talking about industrial XR solutions, or next slide. More specifically, the relation between virtualization and digitalization. Now, what is this about? What do I mean with virtualization and virtual applications? It's mostly about 3D and using those 3D assets to create interactive applications for different use cases. Now you can have a virtual solution that solves a single use case, or you can have this kind of whole virtualization concept that aims to create more and more of these virtual applications, creating a virtual twin of an industrial machine as opposite to a digital twin. Now, digitalization, digital twins have been on the works for 30 years, but there's like new dawn of 3D and virtual solutions is just beginning, accelerated with these XR solutions that are using a new hardware. And that's kind of something I would like to explore with you today in this speech. Next slide, please. Now, shortly about Elomatic and Elomatic ViSU. Elomatic is a engineering design, industrial planning, technical consulting company, already over 50 years old. And one thing I want to highlight about Elomatic is that we've been Ari Elo and Olli Manner has been years in 3D CAD design, bringing 3D, again, topic of the day, into engineer design. And that kind of gives us the resources to work with today. And it's an interesting story because that happened during a time when PCs and desktop computers were a completely new thing, which easily connects to what we're experiencing now with VR and AR devices. Next slide, please. A bit more about Elomatic ViSU. We are a competency unit within Elomatic with the mission to create 3D visualizations and 3D communication and XR solutions to communicate better and in more in depth. Next slide, please. We do these visualization or virtualization solutions throughout product's life cycle. These solutions, 3D, the informative communication aspects of it can be used in early on in planning, in design reviews, in assembly, or in product communication, kind of digging into the operating principles of a product, creating concepts, or in training, which I will present a use case of in a tiny bit. Next slide, please. As a part of Elomatic, ViSU has this unique position of being a small, agile team with a huge amount of technical resources and competency in our back pocket. Next slide, please. And with that combination, we are in a unique position to create this kind of synergy We have Elomatic, a huge corporation with their ISO quality certified processes and technical content, technical knowledge to kind of base the visual and virtual content that ViSU can then provide using various presentations and technologies like 3D animations or XR. Next slide, please. Now, into the topic of digitalization versus virtualization. And as said, these huge amounts of digital information and data in the industrial context that has been in the works for quite a while. And it looks something like this. A control room with various screens, with really kind of raw data or information being analyzed by experts. Now, the way I see it, this is a context where you really need to know what you're doing with that information to understand it in depth. Next slide, please. When you have that expertise, you can use digital information in various ways. You can manage better your production lines, the industrial machinery you have. You can monitor, get data, analyze that data, and act accordingly to improve your operations, to help avoid errors, have predictive maintenance, or just overall an improved operations and quality, resource efficiency, sustainability. Now, there's a lot to gain from digitalization and an industrial internet, as they call it, overall, to really manage these production lines better. But the one kind of recognized possible weak point with this kind of tidal wave of digital information is how can different stakeholders with different needs kind of connect with this huge amount of digital information. And that access of information, that knowledge transfer is really where 3D comes in. Next slide, please. A digital twin is supposed to represent a physical machine, and this is what it should be telling a story about. Now, when compared to that control room picture with all those screens, this is a lot more clear on what is the information about. 3D brings information into context. Here you can see the Valmet virtual mill model that we have created with Elomatic ViSU team to really create that base for those virtual solutions around this paper and board production line. And we'll explore some of the possibilities with that next, although after we see the virtual mill video. Next slide, please. And I believe you can start.
Training is an essential part of Valmet's long-term customer relations. We want to ensure our customers get the most out of their equipment, systems, and processes. We're constantly looking for ways to make knowledge transfer more efficient, because the success of a board and paper producer depends not only on the quality of the technology they use, but the level of their employees' competence. The Valmet Virtual Mill is an interactive virtual training environment, and is part of Valmet's learning services and industrial internet offering. The virtual mill is a digital design twin of the customer's machinery and surrounding facilities. It can be used for training operators and maintenance workers before both the initial startup and major shutdowns. Using a virtual reality headset and controllers, trainees enter a 360-degree learning environment and move about freely in a 3D virtual setting, interacting with simulated machinery to learn more about the process and the equipment. A clear main menu helps trainees negotiate the virtual mill. It provides a map, information about processes, and access to virtual training modules. Hotspots provide in-depth information about the process and equipment. Detailed learning materials, such as images, videos, and user manuals, are easily accessible and help trainees learn in an engaging way. The virtual training modules are lifelike training scenarios in which trainees learn how to perform maintenance actions. For example, this allows users not only to see but also to interact with the virtual world. They can explore the topic at hand and see how things are put together in a safe environment.
It's actually okay. We can move on. That's works. Is there an issue on my end or the platform? Put your hands up if you can hear me.
Yes,
Yeah,
we can
perfect.
hear you.
Yeah, I'll actually, I assume the video froze for everyone. So I'll just recap kind of what was that about, the Valmet virtual mill. I hope you got a better idea of what I was talking about with the virtual solutions. That is an example, the 3D environment where you can learn the operations of the production line. You can dive deep into detailed information and really leverage that immersive technology in learning and training as well. Now, in the beginning of the video, you mentioned that this is important for the Valmet customer, from the end user, to really utilize technology by supporting competency of the workers. And I see that to achieve that, you need to have that technology packaged in a comprehensible way and delivered to the end users all the way, not just to the control rooms where the analysts and the experts are, but to the field. There are the field workers that comprises the most of the industrial workers, where they can utilize the information. And these kind of 3D models, they help deliver that information into the field. Another thing I would like to highlight here is how Elomatic ViSU was able to be so successful with Valmet, because we have such access to detailed technical information through Elomatic, which was a key success factor in this project. Next slide, please. Now, you've seen what I mean with a virtual solution, with the virtual mill training aspect. Another use case might represent another solution of using that virtual mill in sales and marketing, kind of walking through with the customer on how does the plant work. And even connecting that in the future, connecting that virtual twin to the digital twin to contextualize information. Now, virtualization, what kind of benefit can it bring? It's contextualizing the information and building this shared understanding with the people that interact with that 3D information. And yeah, that kind of provides access to even complicated information to a lot more stakeholders that could find it useful. Can I get the next slide, please? Not sure. I do believe the issue might be on my end. I apologize for that. It has seems to be an internet connection issue. I'm not sure what you're seeing at the moment, but I'll just carry on talking nonetheless, because time is limited and I still have lots to say. virtualization to build that shared understanding in different application areas. And I showed you the whole product lifecycle from planning to products to training. And we at ViSU believe that there are indeed different application areas where you can get a lot more of different benefits. In planning, you can avoid errors to build shared understanding between decision makers, both the customer and the sales personnel, or the engineers planning the setup of a production line. You can use this in assembly using AR to bring the information into simple processes, or in training if you want to do that training beforehand. Now, that kind of brings me to the different technologies where AR and VR are, of course, a very passion of mine personally, at least. And VR enables you to go through this information beforehand, while AR lets you bring that information to the field in 3D form, which is comprehensible to everyone, pretty much everyone, when used in an immersive way. Now, I would highlight that immersion there as well a bit, because I believe that 3D content from a 2D screen is not really what it's meant to be, and some people might not even be able to understand 3D information in the same level that is beneficial. But yes, those different technologies and different technologies combined with different application areas, different use cases, kind of create different benefits. You can use AR, VR, or mobile desktop applications to kind of connect to the 3D model. That next slide, please, kind of brings me to the Elomatic ViSU virtual pipeline that we are so working on. The kind of concept of if you have a 3D model, you can connect different solutions into that and really use that same raw ingredients to solve more and more issues in your business and industry. Next slide, please. Go through these pretty quickly. As you can see, it's a kind of a cube where in the middle you have the 3D model, and on one side visualization services, animations, and pictures. Next slide, please. You can use make prototypes or virtual twins or digital twins when you combine the digital information with virtual model. Next slide, please. One use case that is unbelievably great, in addition to training in VR, is end-user feedback gathering with mock-ups of, for example, as you can see here, ship cabin, or, for example, one of those control rooms where that digital information is supposed to be displayed in. Next slide, please. Or training materials. The whole virtual mill that you can use to gain an understanding of the operation principles in an interactive way, where you can just really walk around the whole huge machinery. Next slide, please. Or by AR, by taking that information with you on the field. This is all connected to that one 3D model that then provides value throughout a life cycle of a product, and really creates new potential. Taking into account that there are thousands of hours of technical work and engineering design put to those models beforehand, that usually when you have the physical solution, it's just thrown away. And that is also key on that is value destruction right there. And these 3D models and the applications kind of let us kind of get into that value that is already there. Next slide, please. And we'll be continuing to work on this. Next slide, please. And we'll wrap this up. My name is Jaakko Mattila. Feel free to connect with me in LinkedIn or contact me. I will be in the Elomatic ViSU space after this speech. Do visit us there, and let's talk more. Next slide, please. And Thank you.
Thank you, Jaakko. That was excellent. Sorry about the issues. We had some network problems on our end, but let's go straight to the Q&A. So if you have any questions on YouTube, you can put them in the chat, and also on Altspace, you can now use the raise hand button on the bottom right if you have a question. So first one. In the beginning, you showed an interesting image of a control room with multiple screens. Could you replace those with virtual screens using AR glasses, or do you see some challenges that would arise from that?
With AR glasses, well, like one vision, I wouldn't maybe use VR. That's not something I have thought about, but I have already back in the day when I was writing my thesis, I had this concept of a VR Obeya, which is a production line management, production development management concept by Toyota, where you bring all key decision makers into one room and all the key information on the wall. And in my view, when we are there, we will have that virtual space. We will have it multiplayer. We will have all the key members in a virtual space. We will have all those virtual screens, as you're saying, asking. Yes, we could have those control room screens virtually, and we could have also the key information, the key decision makers, and those 3D models. So if someone doesn't know where information connects to, you pop up a 3D model in that tool, show them our animated 3D to show the principles or even the changes that a decision might make into a process given different choices. So definitely there is a potential on using that infinite workspace of virtual to display all that information on those screens.
Okay, thank you. Then if we move to the training part, you showed the training video with the digital twin. Could you replace the controllers with say haptic gloves with force feedback, so you could actually touch the digital twin and actually feel the controls and how you should operate that machine? Do you think that would bring more immersive experience and would help the training?
Yeah, the immersive training and VR training, there's a lot of things to perfect there and get right, even though the huge potential is there. And haptics might indeed kind of improve that learning by doing and also the learning by making mistakes aspects of immersive training. And also, I do believe it would also improve the fact that one danger with VR training is that you learn almost a real thing, but not quite. So when you go to the same real environment, all this haptic feedback would be there while it wasn't in VR training. So there's a lot of potential there on improving the whole solution with haptics.
Yeah, I think that could improve the experience quite a bit. Than if we're talking about big corporations, then the price of haptic devices wouldn't necessarily be a problem, as it often is with normal users.
Yeah. Well, regarding that, I would comment on that it would require scaling, because those kind of prices, as you said, they're not an issue for big corporations if they can scale it to thousands and thousands of trainees using the same virtual content.
Yeah, definitely. Then we have another question here. Could the digital twin used in training be connected to the actual machine and then used for remote operation, for example?
That is also a potential, not something I have looked into much. I would rather start from having that virtual machine and that digital machine, physical machine connected with the digital information and displaying the data on that virtual machine to make sure that the connection is right. That's definitely a first step. But in the end, it would be a very informative way for the remote operator to really understand the operation decisions they are making and the stuff that is happening with the machine. So there's definitely potential for that as well.
Excellent. Looks like we don't have any more questions at this point. So thank you, Jaakko, for interesting discussion and a nice presentation. And we'll move forward with Ricky.
Thank you. Thank you all. Have a nice day. And see you at the ViSU Elomatic space. Bye.
Thank you so much, Jaakko, and thank you, Santeri, for moderating the conversation. And well, we've learned something new again, haven't we? I mean, that's the whole point, and the biggest richness that we can grab here is expand our knowledge. And I think this next one is also going to be providing us some perspective, some new ideas, and we have a recorded interview this time, at least by the looks of it. So do hold on to your questions for a little bit longer. Maybe you'll get to ask them a bit later on as well. As you have noticed, we do bring up any questions that you people have in mind, and try to bring them out onto the stage as well, where Santeri gets to ask your questions from the presenters. So anybody on YouTube and the people here at AltSpace, do continue to keep raising your arms up. There's that little button in your bottom right corner or so when it pops up, and that you can already test it out at some point. But make sure you have that when we have a live presentation so you can ask more questions. Outside of regular questions and frequently asked questions, obviously matchxrhelsinki.com for any problems that you have. If there's something you run into, or the most common issues will be found on the website. So don't worry, we got you covered. Anyway, I think this is time for us to head on with the program. It is, we are just on schedule. Ain't that great? So let's go on with the next one, showcasing Vocational College in AltSpace VR.
Hi everyone, welcome to this beautiful Finnish landscape. This is the space of the Vocational College, and I'm here with folks from the school. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Jukka Seppänen and I am an e-learning specialist at Voca. My job involves learning about new technologies and then teaching that information to our staff, and to myself. I'm learning a lot about building the world, and this is one of basically my practice project that we have been using as an example. And with me there's Toni Mikkonen and Katja Huttunen.
My name is Mikkonen and I work as an instructor of future technologies here at Voca.
Hello, and my name is Katja Huttunen, and I'm a coordinator of technological education for practical nurses and youth workers and kind of social studies that we have here, and using VR and other game-based learning.
Can you tell me something fun about your team?
The biggest thing is maybe that we are all gamers and we all like to play games. So that's kind of big thing that we got our jobs, and we actually all have been students for Voca beforehand, and now we are like working here. So yeah, we stuck here now.
So let's talk a little bit about how you have started your own journeys with XR, and we can start with you.
Yeah, me. Yeah, my journey is very personal. Really, that I was unemployed for a long time, and I've always been interested in technology, and I have always played games, and I just slowly. When I first tried VR, I basically got really interested, and I saw the potential, and I basically started learning from scratch. I have no experience at all, so my whole life changed around that. That I started building stuff and learning stuff, and I'm really happy that I'm able to create spaces like this, and it's just been a very important thing for me, and I got my job for it, and basically all our well, my whole team is like my friends, and Katja is my girlfriend, and so this is a really big part of my life. And yeah.
Yeah, that's like how I started. I started dating with Jukka, and Jukka was like awesome and making like 3D art and stuff. He has like his own art gallery here also, and he make like super cool 3D printing stuff. So yeah, that's how I started, and now I'm learning how to make my own worlds and stuff like that. But it's if Jukka was not telling me how to do it, I wouldn't probably get it. But yeah, he's been like really big support. And we were actually with Toni and we were doing this future technological course that he's actually teaching now. It was our first thing that our school kind of created because we are doing so much stuff. So it was like easy way to show our knowledge that we are doing this course. And because we were so good at it, we are now working here.
Would you like to tell me a bit about the projects that you have personally done? So not with this school, but your personal projects with XR.
Well, I have quite a lot of. Well, it's I think everything I do is about learning something new. So I don't think I've finished anything, but I'm just starting new projects to learn. Learn new stuff. Like for example, in this world, I have. Well, you cannot see here, but there's water all around, and I learned how to do that from scratch, and it's stuff like that I like to, and also I do a lot of 3D modeling, and of course you need 3D modeling in XR on all different platforms. You need for AR, VR. That's the key to everything, I find. So I use most of my free time 3D modeling. That's one of that's the biggest thing for me.
Could you tell me about this awesome space that you have built for Poke?
Yeah. This was a bit of I think this was the first one I started doing as like basically for practice. I had not used Unity before to build anything, so it was a challenge. But the first idea was to, as you can see, there's a forestry machinery around us. It was part of that. I mean, the whole XR things at Poke started with the forestry. So we started with the simulators. We still use them in daily education. We have I think we have 5 simulators or more. I am lost count at this point, but we use them to we've used them in practice for a couple of years now already. So it's really a normal thing here. It's not like a future thing, but it's the modern day. This base was first to show what we have at our Bioeconomy Institute. So forestry is one. We have cows, the sheep there. We have tractors, and well, we are in the nature. That's one of the big things we part of our education. And like nature trekking is actually one thing we teach. Yeah, so we can do that virtually too.
And can you tell the audience about the school and what you do here?
Yeah, so we are a vocational college, so we teach lots of different areas, and like we have forestry, like you can see, and we have healthcare, we have Katja knows healthcare, and logistics, metalworking, woodworking, building, about everything. So we are very it's a bit of a challenge with the XR too, that we try to think of ways to utilize XR for all of these different areas. So forestry has been like, it's the prime example still, because it's what we use in practice, and it goes well with machinery and expensive machines and stuff like that. So I think as a school we are very open to new technology, and I really like that.
Yeah, and we're always starting new courses about different subjects. Like now we are starting to do healthcare, and we have like really big part partner to do it with, like Mehiläinen, who is like really big Finnish healthcare provider. So there's like people who work for Mehiläinen, and they are in one of our courses that I'm part. I'm teaching them, or we have like multiple teachers, but I'm like the technological advisor on those ones. And yeah, we are using VR stuff there. We are using 360 picture taking.
Yeah, like Katja mentioned, we also offer education courses and stuff for outside of our. I mean, we are a vocational college. We also offer courses, so anyone can join and learn. Like Tony here teaches the future technologies. It's been very popular, and we have all kinds of people been in that course. Like we have unemployed people there, and we have also like doctor level people there. So it's a really wide range of different kind of people we have been able to educate.
So if anyone out there thinks about taking one of these courses, then you can maybe come here and talk to these people and ask about the courses. And can you tell me about the cool stuff that your school has done? What projects have you been working on?
I think I can show you one that we are basically standing into. So we have a bit of a partnership with Ponsse and Valtra, and then we have this local smaller company called Moisio Forest, and we have their equipment here. Here we did this as a collaboration project, and this is a part of it. This is not the whole project, but it's a part of the things we are able to use. So we have their technical models, and we can use this in our education, and company benefits from it in marketing. So one of the first projects we did for this company was a virtual showroom of all of their equipment. Yeah, and so you could take these in VR and go to. They had exhibition in France. And of course, you cannot take heavy equipment like this, especially a small company. You cannot just take everything with you and go to France. So we did one VR headset, one laptop, and we had everything there. And it was really interesting because no one else had anything like it back then. And people were really impressed, and they got really different experience when they could actually see the machines like this. And this is just a couple of examples from there, but the same principle goes here. Like I can tell you about this machine, and I can open it, and I could tell you how to put it together and stuff like that. It's really been one of my favorite things to do in VR, and I find it really useful.
I guess you can use this machinery to safely teach the students about these expensive big machines.
Yes, exactly. So we have the safety, of course, the physical safety. So you have dangerous equipment like this pneumatic equipment with sharp aids and stuff, and I can safely open it like this, so we can see inside, and it's much easier, it's cheaper, it's safer.
So why is Poke working with XR technologies?
I think it's because we are very open-minded about new technology, and we are I don't really know why, but I think it's just been proven to be useful and proven to be working. So we started with the simulators, and we are expanding because with the simulators it's been it just works basically. That we have seen the benefits, and we know that it's worthwhile, and we want to learn new stuff.
Yeah, and I think big part of is that we have had like really free hands to try new stuff. Just like we have like our own budget because of like a certain project, so we have money from that.
Here at Poke, one of our products is a future technologies course, and we offer that to our own students and to outside of our school too. We have had students with very, very different backgrounds. We have unemployed people, we have had professors, we have very high educated people to join us and learn about the new technology because it's new for everyone. And that's been really interesting. And all of this, I think we have trained about 150 people so far with that. And it's still ongoing. And it's something that Also that we are located in the central Finland, but it's not been a problem. We have had people all around Finland, and we have people from Helsinki, and we have people from Lapland, so it's not a problem. It's lots of the stuff you can do remotely, so it works well. And the unit that inside Poke, we have the Poke DigiLab, and that's our own unit, and we have very free hands with our curriculum. We can do all kinds of we have our own budget, we have our own IT support, we do that ourselves, so we have had very free hands, and it really helps, and I can tell you that it helps, that we can we have our own computers, we are kind of independent, but we offer the service to, of course, to all of our staff, and we work closely together with all. We are not that separate, but we still have our own unit basically.
So what do you think is the best thing about working with XR?
I think one of the best things is the social aspect of it all. I still remember the first time I met someone in VR, like from I think it was from someone from United States, and I was working on one of these forestry machines in another environment, like where you can move it and interact with it, and I think it was just an open environment, and then someone came to talk to me about it. And he was like, "Wow, what are you working on that like this?" And then he started telling me like, "Hey, you can put better texture here. You can make this glass better. You can put the lights on like this." And he was doing it in VR. I was watching it, and at the end he minimized the machine, gave it to me, put it in your pocket. You can save it like that. I think that was one of the first mind-blowing experiences, that you can actually work with people that easily. You can do stuff you cannot imagine in real life, and you can and I think that experience has really been imprinted in me, and I think I've been chasing doing stuff like that since. I teach other people like that now, and it's also one of my favorite things to teach others how to do content, VR and XR content, that if I can teach someone to make a 3D model and I see the 3D model in VR, it's really good experience.
What do you think is one of the biggest challenges?
I think people have lots of preconceptions about VR, and they don't really like to use like headsets. They feel like it isolates them from the real world, and I think this is one of the biggest challenges. What is the first experience you offer to people? It needs to be something that they can engage with, and I think social aspect is very one of the biggest ones, that you don't feel so isolated because you have people here, and if you just try it with open mind, you can see the benefits of it, and it's not that scary. Of course, there's lots of problems like the nausea and stuff like that are still yet to be really solved, but a lot of those things you get used to, and they are not dangerous per se, unless you have some medical condition. It's just it just feels bad at the start, but it's not like dangerous to you.
If you could collaborate with anyone in the world, who would you want to collaborate with on a project?
Well, on a personal level, as a gamer, I would probably like to work with some of the big gaming companies, and maybe work like in VR versions of their games, for example. And it's still a new area that, of course, there are big companies like Valve who has made amazing stuff. So, of course, I would like to learn from them.
And how about a dream project? Do you have anything that you dream of doing in the virtual world?
Well, as my hobby is 3D modeling, I do lots of 3D models for 3D printing, and I think one of my dreams, and I've been like pivoting towards it, that I'm learning to do the models for XR instead.
How do you see the future of this industry, and especially perhaps in education?
I see it as a very important tool for education. So I don't think that all education should be in VR or are going to be, but lots of it can be, and I think lots of it should be, because some things you can just do better and safer, cheaper. You can save the environment, you can reduce the carbon footprint. You don't have to travel long distances necessarily. You can do remote training. I think like Ponce and these companies we have worked with do that a lot. Ultra Ponce, they already do it, but I think VR would be even better tool for that than just like a video calls and of course AR too. You can do remote assistance.
So why should Match XR visitors visit this awesome space in particular?
We have lots of interesting stuff that you probably don't see anywhere else. We have cows and sheep here. We have really cool tractors and mechanical stuff. We have sauna and kind of value fire camp area that you can just chill and talk with each other. And yeah, we have like really cool different kind of art here. We have like hot air balloon that you can go check out. So yeah, I think we have like most worst area.
So where can we find Voca Vocational College on the internet?
Yeah, well, our website is voca.fi, and it's our main website, and you can find our like on XR stuff from our DigiLab Instagram account, for example.
Well, thank you so much for having me here in your awesome space and showing me around. And I hope the audience will also get an opportunity to visit this world and see what it has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us and see us here. Bye.
Well, at least there's one thing we can always commemorate ourselves about a majority of a Finnish tradition in a sense. Well, not necessarily a tradition, but the good old paljon. We always love to have one of those being involved. Talking about palios, I think this is a good moment to drop by in one, or maybe with one of our partner worlds, because we're going to take a 10-minute break as we are a tiny bit ahead of our schedule, and we shall continue at exactly 2 p.m. So roughly 10 minutes, and we will continue with our program. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with the show here at the Match XR 2021 event. We're down to 3 more speakers, and then we're almost coming to a close on this event. Man, we only started yesterday, and it feels like it's coming to an end. I was actually talking with my my director for a second, and well, our technology master or expert in this case was just saying that we haven't actually prepared anything, you know, like a proper ending, because we just wanted to go on. And of course, we want to learn, we want to know, we want to see what there is still in store from this event. So already at this point, I want to say thank you for being here with so many people. It's great to see all of your faces and enjoying this event so far, and especially you people there on YouTube, but most importantly, you here at Altspace. So give yourself a bit of a applause if you can. I'm trying to, you know, figure out how my hands work. But without further ado, I think the next part is going to be an interesting one, because we're going to be talking about virtual dawn and education. So please welcome on stage Antti Martikainen. Just double checking. Antti, have your microphone on? See, you're doing with the finger guns. You got your microphone on. Not sure if we can hear you
okay, hey,
at the moment.
Hey, now I got it.
Hey, there we go. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, now I got all the rights to do all the cool things, and I'm so happy to be here. How can hold me behind the stage? Good way to come here to share with you our mission. And our mission is, in the end, to democratize the education using VR. And we really, really do believe that virtual reality will be a big thing one day. It's already quite big. And we believe that the virtual reality headsets, they will become as common as phones. So when it comes to learning in VR, we are like sure about it, that it's the best way to learn, and we can do so much with it. And I could use the next slide. So practically we have been doing virtual reality simulations for like 4 years, and we've learned something during this time. Especially with the schools, we have been getting a lot of pressure that they would like to participate in the creation way more. And then there should be also a platform which has like a lot of different services. It should have tools for teachers and for foremen, and you should be able to gather data and add and remove users, and this kind of the technology which helps us to learn how to learn better. So next slide. And then probably most of you are thinking right now that, Mr. Antti, don't you think that this already exists? You know, that you've been 4 years thinking about this stuff and asked these schools, hundreds of people, and yes, it already exists. We are right now in one of them. We have this Altspace that we are using right now, and Facebook is launching Meta and other stuff. But next slide. But I would like to ask also that, has it really been enough? Because let's see that, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to put billions into VR development, but what we really have is quite often VR simulations or VR platforms which are emulating the reality quite much. Technically what I'm doing right now is doing a presentation to the audience, Ameliate, which is relatively good copy of real world things. So what I do believe will happen and what should happen is that we start to really use the VR's benefits, how things could be done differently. And to achieve these things, we have to do a few steps before that. So next slide. What we've been doing to make sure that we can share all the knowledge in the world with everyone is that we started to make the platform, that we get that deal done from the way. And this platform is using a little bit different angle than perhaps some other platforms that exist, since we want to give the possibility for the users to share the data that they want to share, and then this data is very see-through. So yes, we are using the technology of data gathering, but we try to make it to be used as in benefit for everyone. And then this platform also includes all the time growing a variety of simulations that we are doing. Like practically we have all the time something going on with some school, and then when someone creates with us, we put it for everyone, because we actually are not that comfortable if someone wants to create something only for their own use. We want to create this kind of movement that people start to co-create and create more and more content that benefits everyone. It's actually been quite good. I mean, 4 years ago when we started this, it rose a little bit eyebrows like that, hey, I only want to keep this, but I think the message is going very well through, that people feel now comfortable with the idea that we are truly sharing things. And then we could use the next slide. But then here is the problem, and I think the problem is us as developers, since very often we are more like a bottleneck in the end, that there is so much demand and so much good ideas, and we are also becoming more all the time more and more narrow-minded with the stuff that we are doing. Like our imaginations is all the time on its, I would say, on this maximum setting. But I do believe that if we would be able to share experiences and get the people to co-create in the world, that would be a very good thing. Because I understand that there are very good tools and softwares which I'm not even aware probably existing right now, where you can put your 360 pictures and even this alt space where you can create a lot of different types of scenarios. But what we heavily believe and what has been, you know, revealed to us is that things need to be way more complex in the end. To be truly creating simulations where you learn and can push the boundaries, you kind of must have way more abilities to maneuver and manipulate the VR simulation. You must have scenarios where you have missions, you must be able to track the goals that you are doing, and you must be able to also edit it like way more. Next slide. And yes, I'm also using the buzzword metaverse, you know, that's right. But our vision of the metaverse is that we want to create this kind of, as a final on this kind of YouTube of VR, where people are creating content using our platform. And it's, we believe that this will be like 4-year project. But right now where we are at is that we want to create with schools and business this kind of expanding platform that I have been presenting to you. And in this platform, we want to have more and more content, and we want to learn from here. We are currently teaching schools to use Unity and use Unity with our codes and with our education world. So essentially, we are giving you our soul and brains and everything, which is the source code, what we are doing, and then we are making super simple steps how to start to create with the Unity using virtual reality education world. So practically, there haven't been yet that kind of super solid solution that you could start to create complex simulations just with the interface. But we are going there. But before that, this is what we need to do. At least that's how we see it. So next slide. So currently we are developing this with the businesses and schools. And then next slide. We want to get into a revolution step, which means in our perspective that the creation will be done with the interface. And I can probably say that I dare to predict a little bit that if the VR is going to be so big thing as we do believe, it will create new type of jobs. How I see it is that at schools and businesses, there will be Unity developers who are working mainly on the content creation into some platform, and we hope it is our platform. Many schools are currently doing it already, but it will spread. It will become a very big thing. And also big companies start to take the development partly into their own hands too. Even though many companies do believe that they usually outsource everything that's not the core of their doing, but I think that the VR is so big thing, and it's going to be so demanding in the end, but also benefiting so much that you must have some kind of ability to create. And if you look at the whole picture, when it goes global, that everybody can start to create complex simulations, the knowledge and information and the benefits and the development will become faster and faster, and the form which it will become will be practically something we can't predict. We have learned, for example, so much with co-creation. If I look at our earlier simulations when we started, they are like full this kind of very much process learning and replicating the reality. But where we have went with creating with the schools, with the students, with the people who haven't even touched Unity game engine before they saw our stuff, they have given us so much already. Currently, we are doing simulations that are very gamified, and we are breaking the, is it even fourth wall or whatever it could be called, but we are pushing the boundaries so far that we are now learning what the process is. We are not learning perhaps anymore exactly the process, but how to process learn. We are adding so much gamification thanks to all this feedback and then data that we have gathered that I can't imagine, and which is a good thing, that where it will lead to. So next slide, please. So practically, when it is at this stage that the world can co-create and the world can create with us, it will create expanding metaverse, which can be said that it's the metaverse of education. And there will be all the time more people which are in research communities who are gathering this data and using it for the benefit for everyone. And then there might be also possibility to go this far with this concept that it's introduced also partly with blockchain, which means that there will be people who are creating content into this world, and then they can rent their stuff they have created. They can perhaps even sell the simulation experiences, and they can sell the assets, and it will start to live its own life and probably create its own currency and other means of change. But we also would like to get there that the people could start to share their own individual experiences. That's something that we can do in the near future, like hopefully end of next year, that the people could go in here and record their own experiences into our NPC character, and then other peoples could come and relive and replay this event. Because what we have noticed, which is again a surprise to us, is that having this immersion that you talk with another character, it's actually very impactful. And then when you know that behind that character is someone else's story, it will give you sensations and feeling about unity with the people. Because we do believe that the education is the biggest key to solve many problems that mankind currently has. Because if you learn things, if you get to learn, if you get access to knowledge wherever you are, you will know more about the world, and you can see other people way better, and it will create a world way more equal. And currently, what solutions there are very good solutions, I bet, used on mobile, and you can learn with the mobile phones too. But when it comes to this kind of feeling of other people and getting to know other people and how people are really functioning, I think virtual reality is like the best solution in that. And that's our biggest aim, that we could put this as a free platform to everyone by 2025, given that we have enough users to get us there. But more people joins us, more people who takes our solution into their own institution or company, faster we get there, and the better the world will become. But yeah, we are really planning this that we could share this to just normal users for free one day, and then give this special service to companies and schools. So this kind of availability, and try not to be a gatekeeper, try to be a gate opener and try to see things with a new perspective. That's a thing that we are definitely trying here. So you can give a next slide. So if you can play the video, it's okay. So here you see how it looks like at this stage. So I'm not going to talk over
Hello,
it.
traveler, and welcome to our VR world. I'm glad that you found your way here. So I bid you welcome, and I want to tell you a few things about this. Alright, this is way better. I jumped into my avatar and let the door begin. So the space that you see behind me, that's the auditorium. There you can host your own meetings and do your own presentations. And through this hallway we are going into the place that we call the hub. In the hub you can meet other people and do cool stuff, but you can also access our simulations. Our simulations are practically meant to be used by schools and businesses, but well, who knows what other instances like them. There are a ton of content that we have created, often with schools, so they are pedagogically quite valid, I dare to say, and they are quite extensive too. Here is just a glimpse about them, but we have gamified many of them, and I bet that we can surprise you with our quality. And if our simulations are not currently what you are seeking for, we can modify them, and we can also create new ones for you. And let me tell you, it ain't that expensive. You can have one license of virtual reality education world as low as €1,000 per year. And you can rent a VR headset from us, €450 for 1 year. So this is very accessible, and we can also install to this headset third-party moderation tools, which means that we can update them from distance. I dare to say that using virtual reality education simulations haven't ever been this easy and convenient. We also have many different tools for foremen and teachers or whoever is running the education or training in an organization to keep track what's going on and also take part in the teaching. We can create users, and you can see as a master user how your class or how your team is doing. So our content is expanding all the time, and we hope that we could expand it with you and create together the world's biggest virtual reality education platform and share the knowledge globally. So contact us and let's make it happen.
Yeah, it's okay to stop the video. Might be a bit too long. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes the visuals show more than 1,000 words. So I wanted to put it a bit more solid what I'm saying, that we are not anymore just visualizing and imagining. We are already there. We are doing this, and we are thrilled with all this that we are doing. And I can't wait to see where it leads to. So actually, I have like 2 extra minutes here. I never thought that it's possible, but I think that I've learned a lot also about doing presentations too, that I managed to finally go under the time. So I don't actually have anything else to add currently. I would like to hear your input or your feedback about this solution, or are you seeing the future perhaps with different perspective? Is it going to be that people don't want to create content and in-house creation is not going to be a big thing, or is there going to be something else that you might like to challenge us? You know, we are more than happy from feedback too. I can guarantee that also. That's how we function really. So yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Antti. That was really interesting and really nice to hear about your plan to like create tools for everyone to use and create more content like that. We do have a few questions here, starting from YouTube, from Christian. What are the major challenges you face now in developing your business?
Oh yeah, I mean, major challenges is the implementation. I mean, that's what I always say to our team, that it doesn't matter if we are, for example, creating the world's best training simulation for a big company, or we create a platform for schools. Implementing of this is proving challenges. You know, when it comes to implementing the daily education, for example, the teachers need to rethink things a little bit. I mean, our clients have been able to implement this with multiple different ways at education, like in applied sciences, it often happens that the students can go on their own time practically when they are doing teamwork. You know, they can choose time and place when they do the simulations, and some vocational schools even give these headsets to home. So, and businesses definitely have this problem that they need to train the whole foremen and their staff to implement this. I can show Excel that shows how much money they are going to save with this and how better things get, but putting it into action, yeah, that's the thing. But we are helping with this too. I mean, I've done 8 years in pure business in human resources, so I know quite much about this topic. So yeah, we are giving everything we can, but this is like changing from fax machine to email. It's a similar thing. I mean, it just takes a little bit time, but it's inevitable. So yeah, that's a long answer to short and good question.
Thanks. Let's go right forward. Since you've been creating a lot of different training simulations, what has been your most popular training use case, and how many users has it had?
Yeah, well, practically the stuff that we are creating, we haven't yet gotten this kind of raw data from the education that how many different people really use them, because sometimes they use a guest profile, you know, that you don't put your own username but use a guest. But currently there are like tens of users. You know, we are not talking about hundreds of people that has run through them, I believe, because we have just recently given most of our projects to the clients. So there are like tens of users on single simulations at this stage. And actually we haven't even started selling, to be honest. We are kind of now coming out with this solution that's like this, I would say December is the first month that we really start to talk about this in public, that what we are doing. And the most favorite simulation, and probably the most favorite to use, it must be actually, it's still a little bit early to say, but what I believe is the storage worker simulation for Tredu that is going live soon. That haven't been yet properly tested, but what we have been testing it with small groups. I mean, that's definitely one of the simulations that people really enjoy, because that's the latest simulation and it's the most heavily gamified also. You know, because we gave up this idea of forcing people to do things in certain order, you know, that you are not forced to learn with this kind of a bit old pedagogical way that you have only one way to do things. This is more like a Monkey Island style of point and click adventure in the storage, you know, that you have their NPCs, you can talk to, water monsters attack you, mini games with this kind of demon trash cans and everything. So because yeah, that's the simulation that has given us the best feedback in this sense, that it's not boring at all, you know, that you don't know what happens. And you learn at the same time, especially when you can do things with flexible ways. So for me, it has been the most interesting, and we are also improving it all the time. I mean, our developers, when they find out something cool to add there, you know, some mini game or some cool detail, you know, mini guests, that's what we just put there all the time, because as I mentioned in the video, we are also able to update our content from distance. You know, we usually, clients want us to put this kind of application into the headsets that we control them. So next day when they put the headset on, there might be a new character in the simulation, and it's very fluent and simple. So yeah.
Thanks. Let's get another question from YouTube. As you're dealing with humans' limited ability to learn, how do you deal with people being overwhelmed with too much knowledge in virtual reality?
Yeah, that's actually a super good point. Currently, we are starting this year. We agreed already on it that we are creating this kind of data gathering using eye tracking, Piconel 3, and we are giving our simulations to test groups who have some kind of how would I put it, people who have certain situations like fear of social things, or Asperger, or they have some other not that normal type of brain behavior. So with them, we are gathering data and information that how do they feel with different type of scenarios that we are offering. And then we are going to compare it with the people who are more like having a normal brain, I would say, and they are going to how they are truly feeling when doing our simulations. So this is constant under development matter at how to avoid the overwhelming and how to keep it simple enough. practically to teach you, and how to make it flexible in this sense that if some people need more action and they have ADHD, for example, they would have a session that fits them. So we are dealing with this matter with heavy research on clinical level and trying to get feedback from the people that what is the best way. But yeah, definitely we are running many different tests layered on each other to find the best this kind of average on this. So yeah.
Okay, that's good to hear. I will definitely want to see those results when you're done with testing. Another question, as you mentioned in the video that you're renting devices as well. So why did you select Pico for that?
Yeah, well, practically, I mean, this works well on Oculus Quest 2, but well, I don't want to sound too rude towards it, but it's not always that friendly for the businesses. That this Facebook login, which at least they used to have, caused a little bit problems, and then the availability and price of the corporate version is a bit high. So they are sometimes hard to get and they are a bit pricey. So with Pico, we have this possibility that it's completely open platform. You are not requested to go to developer mode or anything. It's just ease of use. I mean, the level of easiness is just so different with other users. I think that's the main thing. And the Pico Neo 3, that's very good quality headset too. You know, it's probably a bit better in some aspect than Quest. So that's what we are suggesting often. I hope that Mark is not listening to this part, but you know, we are still selling Quest too, don't worry. But yeah.
Yeah, I will let Mark know that you're still friends with him.
Yeah, I hope
so. We have one more question. I've heard about the history of Virtual Dawn, and would like to know what's the situation with the hockey simulator and how can one test it?
Hey, we have the hockey simulation still, and that's one of those things which I never understood why it didn't take off. I mean, it's so good. I mean, it's we made it for HTC Vive, and we put there a hockey stick and everything, and I just don't get it. People just don't kind of buy it, so we haven't been developing it in a while. But we still have the stuff here in Tampere, so you can contact us and we can set you a demo about it. But yeah, that's definitely one of those things that we do in Finland, that we develop a thing which is a good thing, which is probably quite a cool thing, but we just don't know how to sell it, I guess. So that's that's probably also my problem. I don't know. We are doing cool things, but it's just hard to get us out there in the world to everyone's lips and ears, because we are so much self-funded that we are not putting much money. We just put me on stage and put me to spam people on emails. So I don't know, that's not probably the most efficient way to get us heard. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Antti, for all the answers and a great presentation. And now I'll give it over to Ricky.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Antti. I'm pretty sure this man, even though he says that Finnish people don't necessarily have the marketing skills to sell stuff, I'm pretty sure this guy is able to sell snow in Finland, because, we could really see the inspiration that this man had, and such a pleasure to listen to Antti here with his presentation. But as we go onward, it is time for our next presentation as well. So we are on a good flow, as we have, well, it's 2:30 p.m. So this is a great time to actually bring up our next talker. Let me quickly take a glimpse behind me. Is he there? Yep, looks like he's here. Let's welcome on stage Alex Council.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. This is a unique experience presenting in virtual reality, doing a PowerPoint presentation from my lounge. Thanks. I'm here today to talk about our University of Portsmouth and our activities in XR developments and some of the exciting projects that we've been doing. It's been great to hear about education and how we're trying to create these amazing spaces to work in, and that's really a driver of what I've been doing at the university. My colleague Pippa apologizes. She wasn't able to make it today. She's launching an event, so it's me doing the presentation on my own. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So University of Portsmouth, I work in a faculty called Creative and Cultural Industries, which has a diverse set of schools. We have everything from computer games technology, visual effects, through to fashion and textiles, illustration, architecture. And we've been collaborating and working across many spaces for years now, 15 plus years. And it's really important. We wanted to try and consolidate some of that knowledge into facilities to be able to build the talent pipeline of the future. And to that end, we've been funding for a new center we're calling CCI XR, Center for Creative and Immersive XR, based at the university. And we raised £6.4 million. 3.6 million pounds of that came from what we have in the UK, our local enterprise partnerships. They are funding organizations that work in regions. They are funded by the government, and they give money to worthwhile projects. Now, normally, the LEP, as we would call them, would give funding to kind of infrastructure projects within the city, roads and roundabouts and things like that. But we put in to try and create Portsmouth as a center for XR, to encourage businesses in the local area to embrace, to look into XR, to work nationally, internationally with creative partners, to look at exciting projects and solutions for entertainment. So to that, we've decided to set up a brand new motion capture studio. Myself, I'm ex-visual effects industry, and I've taught motion capture for nearly 15 years now within the university. And more, we were using real-time technology, VR, AR, and XR to explore production methods and to create entertainment. So from that, we expanded out to create motion capture, virtual production stage. We've got an LED wall that's coming and being installed, a volumetric capture system, a 4D Views Holosys system, photogrammetry. We've got sound studios with binaural, ambisonic, and spatial audio, LiDAR scanners. It's the end-to-end platform that we have created. How do we capture content, create content, deliver it, and interact with it in a meaningful way? Can I have the next slide, please? This is an old version of my PowerPoint. This is not the one that I've been rehearsing, so I'm going to wing it. So virtual production, I don't know if everyone is aware what virtual production is. It's a big buzzword in the industry at the moment, using real-time technologies to iterate workflows. So that is a really key thing that we embrace. It sits in the XR space because you can have people in VR headsets, location scouting in virtual environments in Unreal Engine and Unity, and then that is presented in real time on large LED screens that cameras can then use to film in-camera VFX, allowing much faster iteration of processes on stage when filming. You can always have golden hour effectively because you tell Unreal Engine what time of day you would like it to be. Could I have the next slide, please? So to that end, we've developed and ordered a smart stage, the company called White Light in the UK, who are delivering off-the-shelf virtual production. It's like a half LED cube with a tracked camera, so it can do both visual effects and it can do kind of virtual presentation. And that's one of the things we're really interested in, is remoting. It's been used on Eurosport and the World Cup for virtual studio. So we teach a television and broadcast course and a film course at the university. So it's really important that we embrace this kind of technology and give it to our students, because they are the talent pipeline of the future. It's really important. There's a skill shortage across the globe at the moment. I've been talking with many practitioners in the UK, and we are desperately short of good programmers and 3D artists. And now that if you have those skills, you can work anywhere from virtual reality through to sort of film production. Can I have the next slide, please? Motion capture, I'm sure you're all aware, is funny suits with dots on. I've been teaching this at a high level and many students working in industry. And this is another way of bringing characters to life and, you know, animating ourselves in these virtual worlds. As the metaverse grows and adapts, these skills for bringing characters to life in more and more believable ways is going to be very, very important. And this is what we will be teaching on, how we can do that from simple, like we are today, with having our hands tracked and our heads tracked with simple controllers, from Vive trackers through to high-end suits like Xsens and Vicon motion capture suits to bring digital characters to life. Next slide, please. Yes, we use Vicon motion capture, and we've been doing this across many projects. We embed a lot of our teaching in real-world projects. We get real-world clients in. Here you can see a very famous conductor, Sir Simon Rattle, who we motion captured for the London Symphony Orchestra. And the lad helping me put markers on Sir Simon there was my student Joe, who was working with me in the mocap studio. So we teach our students by embedding them in real-world client projects. Next slide, please. We've done many workshops, and part of what we do with motion capture is to open it up and all these technologies to new areas. And that's a key message in our new centre, is that lowering the barrier to entry. These very high-end technologies are difficult to access, and we saw a real need in the UK to make this centre and to kind of bring people to it, to embrace the technology and understand. In one of the previous slides, we saw about bottlenecks in development and content creation, and it can also be quite a difficult thing to embrace. And that's the goal of our centre, is to bring people in and educate them about how to create their content, what they really need. We are unbiased. We are not led by a particular manufacturer. We are led by what the equipment can do and what it can help people with. So that's where we can bring people in, help them find the right solution for what they want, and bring that to their problem that they've got. Can I have the next slide, please? So the CCIXR Centre is opening next year in 2022. We're hoping in March we'll be able to start kind of bringing people in the door. There's a lot of technology to install. But in the meantime, we were obviously hit by COVID. Our delay opening has been very, very delayed. But we've been active in all the projects that we are engaged in. And one of the most exciting things, I think, for me of my career was working with the Royal Shakespeare Company and a wide consortium of partners earlier this year on something called DREAM. There was a large government incentive called Audiences of the Future, which was teaching about how to bring new audiences into technology. How can we embrace virtual production and real-time technologies in theatre? How can we bring XR technology in? And we originally had a plan to open a fantastic fairground in a forest using Midsummer Night's Dream and lots of technology. COVID hit. We tried again. It was going to be in a disused department store in Stratford upon Avon, where we were going to set up the World of Dream, Midsummer Night's Dream, like it had come in. We were one of the partners on this, and the final performance that was decided upon was held in Portsmouth, where we created a virtual stage. You can see some of the pictures there. The actors sat down after doing our Q&A, and then myself and another guy, Steve. This is only a tiny part of the production stuff. There was 150 plus people working on this project over 3 months, live R&D in the space, where we took the creative brief, which was the new Dream, Midsummer Night's Dream world, and brought that to life and streamed that to audiences. We originally thought about streaming it to headsets. We realized we were going to cut off probably a vast majority of users by this. Lots of people still digest material through screens. So we had to think about how we could present this dream performance to screen for people. Can I have the next slide, please? Kind of winging it here because these are not the slides I was expecting. Sorry. Volumetric capture, another big part. We looked at volumetric capture for performances, and we decided that we would need this within our centre. It's very expensive to process at the moment, very difficult to kind of make affordable in production to get that high quality, especially for live performance. And we've decided upon a system called 4D Views, our Holosys, which is off the shelf, which is unusual for something like this. And it allows us to process our own data locally rather than relying on cloud services. And again, in the last presentation, sometimes the restrictions that we face in universities and in education with network restrictions, admin, administration control restricts us quite a lot. So picking the right solution that can be quite open and again, democratize the creation of this kind of content was really important. And this system gives us that ability to bring people in, test and try things. And then there's not heavy cloud computing costs based on processing volumetric data. Can I have the next slide, please? Photogrammetry. How do we acquire digital characters? So that's one of the things we're really keen on, is how we can capture representatives of ourselves and our characters, and then augment that. It doesn't all have to be photorealistic meta-humans. We can start with a realistic character and then move on for that. But how do we acquire those and teach the next workflow on how to prepare scans, create digital avatars, and move on in that pipeline? So we're building a photogrammetry rig, a large kind of human scanning rig and face scanning rig, so we can explore that digital character content creation. Next slide. Scanning and imaging. Again, we've got LiDAR scanners, handheld scanners, and this project was with a Turner Prize-winning artist called Tai Shani. It was before the centre was open, and one of the partners, it was Manchester International Festival, and they were waiting to kind of get some scanning done because of COVID, everything was locked down. So they approached us, and we got our students to use a handheld scanner on an actress, which was difficult because we had to get her to sit still for quite a long time whilst we manually scanned the face. But we were able to sort of start getting students involved in this pipeline for high-end projects. I'm not sure if that video will play because I'm not sure it's hosted. But nope. Local artists, My Dog Size, internationally renowned artist for the street artist. He was making an installation in a derelict building in Portsmouth during lockdown. It was his way of getting around not being able to go to studio. He was given an old derelict building and has produced an incredible exhibition in there. It's all gone now. It was up for a few weeks. So we helped him create an immersive soundtrack with our students on our courses to create an ambisonic kind of sound space in there that you could listen to with headphones, and it was playing live in the actual space with speakers planted around in all the sculptures. And then we also scanned the whole environment, LiDAR and photogrammetry, and we're currently giving that to our students to help them process and maybe create a virtual world. So it's enabling local artists as well to embrace technology. They wouldn't have had the confidence, they don't know how, and that's what we can take out of their hands. We can take that concern out of their hands, process all of that data for them. Next slide. This is some of the sculptures he made, and they were large kind of paper mache sculptures that he placed around in this derelict building, and each one, like I said, had a speaker to it, so they all had their own voice and told their own story in this space, and we came together and kind of scanned all of that. Next slide. This was one of our student works, which again won't play because it was embedded in the slide, but our students work with industry on lots of projects. We've done simulations for the MOD and military and healthcare on how to train and keep people safe in different environments. We have a module that our students run where we pair them together with client projects, and they work through a brief to create a prototype, like a minimum viable product for companies, so they can then go away. They understand what was the process and they understand what it took, then they can go away informed, and we can help them seek funding to roll this out. If I could have the next slide. Surprises in store. So this is what our centre means. We have embedded expertise, we have facilities, we will teach the skills and share those skills to create a new talented workforce, to create the unicorns of the future. We're doing an article with Vicon in their standard soon, and we've called it Wizards and Unicorns, because I often get called a wizard because of my knowledge of technology, and the unicorns are now these skills that we cannot find, these rare mythical beasts that have skills in art, code, and kind of development. This is what our goal is to produce the wizards and the unicorns of the future, and it's a great fun title to be able to do. I mentioned about lowering the barrier. Again, this can work on a community level and bringing schools in to understand XR technology. It's allowing people into the door to have those conversations. We're intending on running workshops and conferences and everything like that. And I will be, we reached out to Helsinki and met Santeri when we were looking for other XR studios across the globe. And now we're building a partner network with that. And it's a privilege to be here today and sort of be part of that. And this first kind of step into this global kind of connection we can make and democratize these kind of spaces for everyone to use. We love solving problems and challenges, and we throw our knowledge and expertise at that. So there's no problem that we will kind of turn away. Very often with technology, we kind of say that it will solve all of your problems, but we don't often ask the right questions about what those problems are. It's really important that we create that space in the middle where we can come together with technology and creative solutions. We've been teaching our Institute of Cosmology and Gravitation in the university, and wanted to be able to visualize huge data sets, but they wanted to do it in a creative way. So we helped them build a user interface that's more fun, less staid, and then we can still apply that to serious tools on how to explore these things. Can I have the next surprise slide, please? Okay, so we do lots of outreach. We work with industry quite closely. And one of the pictures there you can see is the Imaginarium Studios in London, which is Andy Serkis's motion capture studio. I've had about 10 or 12 graduates go and work in that studio because we teach motion capture and one of the few people to go in. So we work closely with them. We do local events like Comic-Cons and kind of, we're always doing outreach into the community to make sure we're talking to people and bringing people into these really exciting spaces. Next slide, please. So we work with lots of partners, as you can see. We work with the Royal Navy, NHS, IBM, Magic Leap, Royal Shakespeare Company, Imaginarium, Mary Rose, Marshmallow Laserfish. The list goes on about bringing us together with the industry. So we're not isolated in education, we are adapting. And it's quite difficult to do in education, to be agile and to always be moving forward and be adaptive. We're very slow. You know, processes take time in large organizations. So we're building the center to be reactive and to be able to make these changes quite quickly, to be flexible, to see what the need out there is, adapt to it, and then teach the relevant skills within across all of our different subject areas. Next slide, please. One of the things we did was a simulator for the Royal Navy. They came in and they wanted a solution to stop their cadets crashing their £1 million inflatable boats. So we used our students to create a RIB simulator so they could learn about driving one of these very expensive and fast boats without ever having to go out and use the physical thing itself. They could get their main skills learnt in VR and then be able to apply that real thing after they've shown proficiency and sensibleness in it. We did a pilot project and then it was rolled out via a local company called Novatech, and they made it a real project, and they've now rolled out these simulators across their training facilities. So again, it's about being able to do that early discovery, build a prototype, make sure it's working before companies then go out and spend lots of money because they're sold solutions by different companies. They haven't tried it themselves, and it's very difficult to commit yourself to a very large project without having tried and explored that prototype next year. Next slide, please. I'll have the next one as well, because I've just realized there's not much in here about Dream. Keep going, next slide. There we go. This is the one we're supposed to talk about, and I'm running out of time. Dream was the collaboration. You can see here all the different partners. But to be part of a prestigious group of people like this was really, really important for us to sort of stamp our kind of expertise and be part of something. So it was a very large organization, £6 million to come together and build this new type of audience experience. Now, each of the large partners at the top that you can see, RSC, Punch Drunk, Philharmonia, Manchester International Festival, and Marshmallow Laserfist, they all produced their own XR experiences within their own companies. And then the Dream project with the RSC came together and brought all of that learning together to a very large project. We convened in January this year in deepest, darkest lockdown in the UK. And we've just spent 3 months of intensive work in a studio. My job was to run the motion capture and capture 7 actors in real time. It was all streamed into Unreal Engine, then broadcast out to audiences across the world. Over 10 live performances, we managed to reach over 70,000 people and span 151 countries. And within that, we found that nearly 80% of the people that watched this had never watched Shakespeare before. So we hit new audiences. Children were enjoying it. We were originally going to stream it to a headset, but then we didn't. We decided to do it to we made a custom browser. So there was a back-end solution with Amazon Web Services. People could even interact at home. They could use a WebGL interface to fire fireflies into the space. And then we had a heat map generated, and real-time lights in the studio could direct and point at where the heat map was the hottest, and the actors could then see that light and collect the fireflies. So there was real-time interaction online as well. I realize 20 minutes is up. So is there another slide maybe with one of the videos that I had? So I can share the findings with this. The whole finding from the project has gone out onto a website called findingsinthefuture.live. You could go online, and that will incorporate all of the Q&A talks that we did behind the scenes findings from all of the partner projects and the large project when it all came together at the end. Unfortunately, the actual performance itself is not online anymore. We are negotiating fees and everything like that with actors and performers, and we're hoping that it'll be back up to watch soon. But there's lots and lots of kind of behind the scenes stage information that you can see and watch. And hopefully maybe I can get some meaningful questions in a minute, because I think that should be the last slide. If you go to the next one, just in case.
Yeah, let's. That's the last one at this point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Thanks for the very interesting presentation, and apologies for the slide situation. I believe at some point we will blame me for that. But we have some interesting questions, and also in the audience and on YouTube. If you have more, please write them in the chat or use the raise hand functionality. But yeah, let's start. Firstly, you mentioned the outreach and events as an important part of what you do. How did you manage to do that during COVID lockdowns?
Well, that was the problem. We weren't able to do that. We built a very physical space, we built a very real space and planned that. And obviously we couldn't even build the space in the timing during COVID. The building work has finally started a couple of weeks ago. So we are not, this is what our big physical stuff, we are not as up to speed. We need to get more up to speed with virtual environments like this, because this is amazing to bring people together. But again, we thought in the local space, physical space would be the best place to bring people together in that. And for the local area, because it was very much geared towards our Solent area. So the outreach and the workshops are going to start early next year. We hope to open in March, given the schedule and no more COVID lockdowns or anything in the UK. So workshops and launch events will all be starting in March, where we will get the space very busy and start to kind of bring those people in.
Excellent. Sounds like a good plan. Let's get into Dream. I was able to see the premiere of Dream online, and that was an excellent experience. We watched it with the whole family, managed to interact with the mobile application, and it was really special. So
cool.
How do you see it? What was the most difficult technical part of combining all the different solutions in one performance?
It was all difficult. I don't think there was one thing that was particularly hard. The thing we struggled with, I think the thing we would have liked to have worked best was the sync between audio and video. When you're dealing with kind of different delivery platforms like Facebook, live video, or YouTube, there's so many different round trip delays that you've got to worry about between your audience. And by using a custom solution, our own custom web browser, we were able to bring that down to a minimum of 5 seconds. So that, I think, was the hardest part, is to keep that delay manageable for the audiences at home. There was many systems. There was real-time motion capture. Each actor had their own instrument as well. They had their own specific classical instrument, be it woodwind or kind of brass or whatever, that they could play with their gestures. There was interplay in real time with the actors. That was a difficult one to manage, because it was making sure that that system talked properly to the motion capture, so they were able to perform in a meaningful way. And again, battling latency with audio was a really big challenge within all of that. So we had to delay and line everything up so it came together in a meaningful way so people could see it. And also how we got audiences in. The whole onboarding experience that we found was another big challenge as well, making sure people had support for their devices at home. So we effectively had a hotline. When people were dialing in, if they had any problems, they were put through to kind of support people. There was a multitude of challenges that we had to overcome. And we only managed to do the first perfect run through the night before we went live. At 8 o'clock in Thursday evening, we did the first run through without a single crash of any system. And then we went live for 10 live performances on the Friday and managed to run 10 performances without a single crash.
Sounds like excellent timing in that. So how do you see the motion capture technology becoming more common in performative arts in the future? And do you think that will happen, and how soon?
I do think it's going to happen. At the moment, you still need quite expensive equipment to do that very high fidelity motion capture. So there's that cost barrier, but that's coming down all the time. I was lucky enough to see a demo of Move.ai the other day, which is using multiple video cameras to extract motion capture from video. Snapchat filters at the moment now. So I think with the kind of the computer vision technology and the algorithms progressing so quickly, I think that availability of motion capture to be able to do it, because some people don't need high fidelity, but for performance and acting, I think the single hardest challenge is going to be faces, to do those in meaningful ways. At the moment, we can do kind of gross expressions and kind of big expressions and eye movements, but that subtlety in acting, in performance, is very, very difficult to drive through onto digital faces at the moment. It still takes an offline process, but the rate that this is accelerating at the moment is really exciting, and that's what we need to use this technology to explore it, because then technology will catch up with all of our uses. And I'm hoping in the next 5 years we'll see very meaningful motion capture coming on mobile devices and just purely from video as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. If we're getting back to the educational side and what you do at the university, since you're teaching a lot of these new technical solutions, how do you see the needs of the industry? Are we able to educate enough new professionals, or is there a lack of certain skills, especially in the UK?
In the UK with the coding, we made a big push in order. There was a push in the UK to try and bring more coding into education, and they were starting to use things like Turtle and even teaching Python at kind of secondary school level. And I think that is a skill that we need to do more in education, because there's more and more need for developers at the moment. Like I said, there's a big skill shortage globally at the moment for Unreal Engine developers and artists. And the hardest thing to teach is that the two sides of the brain, the left and right side of the brain, that artistic creative ability, as well as that deep technical knowledge. And if we can kind of teach a little bit more than that. In the UK, they use it as an expression called STEM, which is science, technology, engineering. There's no creative aspect in that. It doesn't bring the creative to it. And that is really important, is getting that ability to talk creatively and then implement within technology. Any way that we can do that in education and bring that creative process together with technology more meaningfully and to play with it. It's a great play space to kind of explore ideas. I think we really need to do a lot more of that earlier on. We do a lot of it at universities, but I think earlier on in schools, just getting schools to use VR headsets, think about creating 3D objects. The sooner we can do that, I think the better, and we'll accelerate that kind of skill, the skills we need.
Excellent. I do agree with that. Thanks for the interesting discussion and really interesting presentation. And hopefully you'll be able to get the permission to put Dream back online so we can share that with new audiences. The experience was great the first time, and I would definitely want to see it again. So thanks again, and I'll hand it back over to Ricky.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
We have seen and heard so much enlightening new information about technology, about XR, about VR. And I'm not an expert in this stuff. I'm just the host here. But I want to ask, is anybody overwhelmed by the amount of information they've gathered during these last 2 days? Raise an arm. It's okay. It's all right. You can raise an arm if you feel like you've got a lot of stuff that you've learned during the past few days, from yesterday and from today. Do we have any, actually? I think we have a lot of intellectuals here in our local audience here. At least our cameraman has dropped both of his arms down, so he knows everything apparently. But outside of that, we have one final presentation until we are coming to a close here at our event. So if we get our slides fixed at some point as well, might as well look into that first before we jump ahead of ourselves. We have two speakers, if I understood correctly, for our final one, so the more the merrier. We have Ksenia and we have Nils talking about the virtual reality psychotherapy. So let's welcome them both on stage for the final presentation and Q&A for the day.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi.
Okay, I hope the microphone works well. and you can hear us. So, hi, my name is Ksenia, and myself and my avatar are super excited about being here at Match XR inside the metaverse. And Nils is here with me. Can you say please a few words about your background?
Yeah, hi, I'm Nils Konstantinovs. I'm child and adolescent psychotherapist, and I also lead Psychotherapy Centre for adolescents and young people. And it's one of the projects that we'll be talking about that we're running in the center.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, perfect. So let me tell about a few words about how everything has started and give a short introduction about, well, TietoEVRY. So TietoEVRY has over 24,000 employees globally. We are one of the largest IT companies in the Nordics, and we have thousands of customers in 90 countries. In Finland, we're among the top contributors to R&D initiatives. And alongside of our core business in technology and IT, we are actively seeking partnerships on research and development arena to find out new opportunities. And we are committed to creating positive impact in the society and to empower people through advancement of technology. Next slide, please. So today we are here together with Nils to share an outstanding journey of utilizing immersive technology increase accessibility to mental health services for youth. The concept has originated from several prior initiatives by TietoEVRY. One of them was funded by Business Finland, and it was research around the stress management. The project is called Mad at Work. And the other one also is the award-winning campaign against online bullying, Polite Type. So the VR Therapy Lab initiative is a collaboration between Latvia and now, let's take a step behind the scenes of immersive therapy. Nils, please tell about the insights and the learnings so far, the impact that you have realized with using immersive technology and supporting the mental health care for youth and young children. Also, your vision for the future.
Yes, thanks a lot, Ksenia. I'll be more than happy to share all of that. But before, I'll just give a very brief overview of the mental health landscape in general, because I think that's very important here. And we've been seeing tremendous change in the way mental health is delivered, and also people experience various mental health problems during the past 10, even 20 years. It all began somewhere around 1990s and 2000s. And it's especially true if we look at children and young people. So with every new decade, the percentage of young people experiencing such mental health issues as depression or anxiety disorder rose by about 30%. And that all changed during COVID-19 pandemics, as we all know. Children and especially adolescents, aged 14 to 19 years of age, for many reasons, many of those are probably not yet clear to us, but they somehow experience this pandemic as very disastrous to their mental well-being. And now, according to some data, if you walked into any classroom, there'd be 1 in 3 children who need some additional help or support. So those are very huge numbers, we understand. So anything that we did before will not be sufficient. There will not be sufficient mental health specialists. And it's also that we cannot reach as many children using the various methods and ways and approaches that we employed before. So there's very, very urgent demand in looking for new various ways to reach more young people and to engage them in more meaningful and in more supportive ways. That's why we thought about virtual reality, and that's how we got into contact with TietoEVRY. That's so we built first we built a lab where to explore the very basics of psychotherapy. We call that psycho-assessment. So if you could skip to the next slide, you'll see a short video.
Maybe you can explain, please, a little bit how the session is meant to work between the healthcare professional and the patient.
Yes, what you're seeing here is basically you're seeing the patient within the room, and what she's doing is she's conducting certain exercises, and those are meant for the therapist, which apparently is me in this video, to actually observe and to observe certain behaviors and to observe how this particular child is behaving within this therapeutic room setting. We're also asking for them to perform various tasks, and some of those tasks would be those that would normally be conducted within an ordinary therapy room, and that's one of the things that I'll tell you briefly in a moment. But if you skip to the next slide, please. How we all began this, it was obviously we did a phase 1 trial where we just we wanted to understand whether this is feasible and whether this is safe for what we call clinical population, which basically means children and young. Well, we all know that kids play virtual reality, and that's not a problem at all. But what we had to find out was 2 things. First, whether it's safe for clinical population, so that means children and young people with certain mental health issues, certain mental health disorders, whether they would find virtual reality as safe and applicable as the rest. And we also had to find out whether it was usable within a certain mental health setting. So we did a trial, we trialed 50 young people ages 10 to 25 with all sorts of various mental health disorders, ranging from autism spectrum disorder to depression, anxiety, and everything in between. And what we found was, and it was quite surprising actually, was that it was very well received by young people, and they enjoyed the idea that their mental health could be addressed by this new technology, and so we thought that was also a very important insight, because one of the huge issues in adolescent mental health is how to engage young people into therapeutic assessment, into the therapeutic relationship. And we found that virtual reality actually has this asset. But also very important is that we found out that it worked, that it was safe, and that it was very quick to teach to young people who came in for assessment. We noticed that we only need 10, 15 minutes for a first-time user to actually start using this device for therapeutic purposes. So we concluded the phase 1 trial, very positive results, and we moved on to next phase. And next slide, please, which, it says phase 2, and that's what we're doing now. And what we're trying to find out now is very, very exciting. What we're looking at whether the stuff that child does within virtual reality lab, whether it's the same thing that he or she would do in natural setting, let's say real life setting. I'll give you a brief example. So one of the tests that we use with children, especially with the younger ones, is drawing. There are certain pictures that we ask them to draw, like a house, a tree, a person. And we're looking at whether this thing that they draw within virtual reality setting is exactly the same thing that they would draw in real life setting. So if we, and that's just one of the tests as an example, we're testing various such assessments. So if this proves out to be true, then we'll be sure that we can use virtual reality for clinical assessment, and we will get exactly the same results that we would get in real life. settings. And so far, results look promising, and we'll get the first paper out, I hope, sometime in February or March. The next slide, please. So just to conclude it briefly, that some of the things that we noticed is that obviously this is a very, very exciting, engaging technology. But we're not there yet in terms of the actual technology. So we can't. So there's lots of things to improve for it to be able to reach and help young people the way that we are expecting it to perform. But there are many directions that we see very clearly right now that we can move on to. Say, for example, the forensic assessments. We know that we could probably assess children much more safely in a much more appropriate environment using virtual technology. Also, say young people experiencing psychosis, which is that they hear voices in their heads. We could use avatars for exploring these issues, and we could also use avatars for self-image issues, for issues related to personality, to gender. It's everything that's very urgent for young people of today's society. But probably the most important thing in direction is that we will be able to reach a lot more young people all across the world. Not only reach them, but engage them in ways and in therapeutic setting that they find engaging and that suits and that is appropriate to their everyday experiences. And that's one more way how we can help and support children and young people. And that's something that they really need today. So that's what I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you so much for giving this great introduction and overview of the project that has been going on now for over a year. And the team that has been working around on creating the very safe and approachable environment has been, as I mentioned, located in multiple countries. So it's international work that has been ongoing. And we are very much invested in looking forward to the results of the second phase of clinical trial in order to be able to roll out this opportunity and this product to more healthcare professionals to support even more of the youth and the young children cope with their problems and not allow them to spill into any bigger issues later on. I think we could do so that we open up for discussion and very much welcome the questions from the audience or any comments that you have. Maybe the organizers make the last slide there. So thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, happy to hear any comments or questions that you'd like to ask Nils and I.
Excellent. Thank you for your presentation. That was really interesting and really inspiring, and nice to hear about this important topic. So if you have any questions, please use the raise hand functionality, or on YouTube, please write your questions in the chat, and we'll have some time for discussion. So I will start here with a question that's been kind of a hot topic at some point. So what's your opinion on the health effects of virtual reality? Are there any negative effects, especially with children using VR headsets?
Yeah.
That was one of the issues that we looked at in detail during our phase 1 trial, and obviously that's something that's on everyone's mind. I think not only about virtual reality, but about digital screen time in general. We think about it, but so far there is no data that would make us think that there are some negative effects for children because of virtual reality. We also had discussions with Clinical University Hospital, and we think we hope actually to be doing a trial on epileptic children. So there's one thing that's probably common knowledge that this virtual reality might cause seizures in epileptic children, but we don't think that's actually true. And we're discussing right now a possible trial so that we actually see whether or not that's true. But apart from that, there isn't no data right now that would support any health concerns regarding virtual reality.
Okay, that's good to hear. There's a question in the audience. So Charles, you're on the air now, so feel free to ask your question. Charles, are you there? Can you hear us? I don't think we can hear Charles at the moment. So let's try that again in a moment and take another question meanwhile. So could this technology that you've created be used at home with some kind of remote connection to a therapist?
Probably Ksenia will add some technical details, but that's one of the that's exactly one of the ways how we see this technology should be used in future. Because as I said, one of the problems that we're looking to solve is the availability, and especially that's true in remote locations where there are no specialists and where there are probably no other access to mental health care. So definitely this should be a link that would let many more children reach mental health specialists from probably faraway places. So, and the only way to actually make that happen is if they can use it either at their homes or probably at schools or other community settings.
I could add here that definitely one of the visions that we had when we started this project, and which has been confirmed as an opportunity, being able to have remote participation of the user or the patient and remote professional. You can imagine either yes at home with help or supervision potentially from parents, or if situation is difficult and possibly the schools could have this opportunity to enable students to connect remotely to the healthcare professional, mental health care professional who's not in the same school available. That would also allow the professionals to have more sessions if they don't have to travel back and forth, for example, or the kids could be from anywhere. And there is a certain, of course, there is a certain possibility to utilize Zoom sessions or team sessions with the kids already. But we have learned also that there is much more distraction when they try to engage via simple video call, and in comparison to being immersed in the virtual reality environment where your attention is only towards the tasks and communication with the professional. And what you could see on the video also and on a few of this or on one of the pictures is that in this case, there is a possibility also for the healthcare professional to observe all the actions of the user without being immersed in the virtual reality themselves. But it's definitely a point that both of them could be wearing the headsets. And then depending if there is an assessment test that needs to happen either individually for a patient, and they have to be alone there and just following the voice commands or the voice interaction, or by two avatars. And there has also been one point, of course, about self avatar setup, but this is something in the roadmap that it will become much more give much more opportunities for children to represent themselves and their own vision of their identity in this virtual space. For now, there is only the choice of emotions and several different options for the gender or body type. But as we know here already, there is limitless opportunities of self-expression in terms of being avatar, and that's something that is going to be available in this future as well in virtual therapy lab.
Okay, that sounds really interesting, and I would definitely love to see it when it's finished. Then a question more for Nils, I would say. Do you think there are certain types of mental health issues that could be more easily treated within virtual reality?
Yes, but I would expect that to be true in real life setting as well. I think virtual reality is really good for treating anxiety disorders, and there's also a lot of good evidence right now about exposure therapy, meaning experiencing events that have caused some psychological trauma in the past. So virtual reality lets recreate those events, or say if you're scared of heights or barking dogs, you can really expose yourself to these triggers in a very safe environment, and there's a lot of good evidence coming there. But I expect virtual reality to actually cover all fields of mental health disorders. We're having some evidence from Norway, actually. They're using it to work with psychotic patients in UK actually right now as well. It's being used with patients with depressive disorders. That's being done in Oxford right now. So I think just as in real life, this, but obviously it will be more suitable for issues where recreating a specific environment it could be employed for therapeutic purposes.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I have one more question here. As we all know, wearing a headset, you have to make sure that the vision is clear, and so it requires a lot of like setting up before actually using it. So with difficult patients experiencing psychosis or not being cooperative, could you utilize large screens or cave systems for the same effect, which don't require wearing a device?
That's actually a very good point. One of the things we're using right now is biofeedback, and so-called neurogames. And that's exactly what you just described. The patient is actually looking at the screen and he's not wearing any devices. So I think in a perfect setting, this would be either or, and we would be able to adapt to the needs of each particular patient. So I'd imagine that the therapeutic room, the therapy room of the future will have virtual reality headsets, will have large screen, will probably have some other devices, iPad, for example, and those would be interchangeable.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then we have Charles back, so let's try that again. So Charles, you're on the air, so please, you can ask your question. Yes.
Great. Hey, sorry about earlier. I think it was my hardware. I'm interested in asking about the potential that you think VR has for one-on-one sessions between a patient and a therapist to improve some of the problems, like transference, like power dynamics, like when a patient sometimes feels judged by a therapist because of various aspects of the patient's mental health or the dynamics in the room, where perhaps VR can level the playing field between the patient and the therapist, and perhaps create an easier environment for the patient. What do you think about the research that exists so far on this issue?
Well, thanks a lot. That's a very deep and nuanced question. I don't think we have right answers right now at this point. And to be honest, I haven't seen much research on transference within virtual reality setting. So at least at this point, and what we're doing right now is also very sort of performance-oriented assessments. We're not really quite there yet in terms of long-term, deep relationship-oriented therapy. But I think that what you just described is could be taken into account when we think of avatars and what Ksenia mentioned. That's something that, and I'm talking about children mostly, but that obviously applies to everyone. That when you let the patient create an avatar that expresses his or herself, her image, an impression about herself, that's something that definitely would shift the power balance within the room, and that also applies to therapists. And we would also expect, and that was something a much more simple thing, but we also discussed that this lets a patient to actually improve the room, or say create the room according to his or her mood or impressions or wishes. So that gives a lot more control to the patient, which could also obviously be controlled by the therapist in some sense. So yeah, I think that's a very promising area of the research and development.
All right. Thank you so much for our speakers as well for this final presentation of the day. Very enlightening and very good answers and very good questions as well from the audience. So thank you all, and for Santeri as well for moderating the Q&A. So we are closing up to the end of the day as well. So with that being said, it feels weird to come to this point where we're kind of coming up to the final, the ending credits, so to say, of the event, because it has been a very eventful and amazing 2 days that we've got to spend with all of you people, and obviously with our great presentations and presenteers throughout these 2 days. And I think we've all learned a lot new things, the possibilities, and what is possibly coming up in the future. What does the future behold? We can never know, but at least we have a little bit of a glimpse towards the possibilities of what today's technology is and what might be, and obviously all the positives, maybe some of the cons that still needs to be worked around with. This is why we hold these events, and the biggest Nordic XR event once again this year. I can't really say anything else except this has been awesome, like absolutely awesome. Who agrees with me? Who's actually had a very fun time in the course of these last 2 days? Because it's been thrilling, it has been flamboyant, it has been flabbergasting at some point, because there's been so much that we've learned in such a short period of time. But that doesn't mean that it has to be completely over, because let me quickly pop my goggles here. I have a code for you people, because we have the entry code for today and for yesterday for all of the partner worlds and everything that here is in AltSpace. It is going to change. So let me say this out loud first, and I'll get a correction if it's correct or not. But HelsinkiXRCenter.com will have an updated code for the AltSpace rooms, and it is as following. So do write this down if you are holding pen or paper, or you have a brilliant brain and a mind. It is YSY515. I'll say that again. It is YSY515. This is the code which will allow you to enter any of our partner worlds here on AltSpace, this amphitheater, and of course the VR Pavilion. That being said, I want to give a big thanks to our main sponsors of the event, Business Finland and Tampere Game Hub, and all of the other sponsors, our partner worlds, our amazing speakers that we've had these last 2 days, our production crew, students helping out with the info and the moderation, and our entire crew working here from my behalf as well to all of you people. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey of these 2 days. Match XR 2021 is coming to an end. We will see you maybe in the close future, maybe in the close months up that are coming, or maybe next year. Definitely next year. Until then, thank you so much, everybody. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, and goodbye.